Check 1 2. Check 1 2, check 1 2, 1 2, check 1 2, check. Hello, welcome back. My name is Michael DiNicola. I am your most humble narrator slash illustrator. Welcome. I am giving you a brief replay of the piece that I've been working on for the last couple streams. Took me a little bit longer than I had originally anticipated. It's the character of Magic, and since I've been playing so much Elder Scroll, let me just increase that. You guys see the inking slash painting. I did a little bit of a hybrid of a kind of manga slash Western influence comic book style, which is what I like to draw normally. And then I just painted the background, which is, yeah, no lines. I just went in with a very loose brush in order to give it that that old-timey crypt-like feel. Here, let me scroll that aside. You can see the kind of glow from the glass pane windows that I'm literally about to draw in right now. And as you can see, even the lines I did were very loose, sketchy. I knew they were in the distance, so I knew I could fib. Anyway, so I put Magic from the X-Men in a dark fantasy setting, an Elder Scrolls, Dark Souls-esque From Software style game. I made her drinking a bowl of blood. I made her drinking a bowl of blood. For some reason I'm looking at this in hindsight. I made some choices here. I made some very strange choices. If she's still in her kind of like thigh highs, sneakers, denim jeans, and like modern jacket, but she's also in a dark fantasy setting. Listen, decisions were made. I'm not saying they were good decisions, but they were choices. There were choices made for this piece. And there they are. However, we finished this night before last on stream. Oh, I gotta get rid of the... Oh shit, I'm on Twitter too. If you're watching me on Twitter or Facebook, hello. Alright, I am now in the Discord. I'm now officially on the Discord channel, the on-air channel, for any of my friends who wish to join me. Oh, there's motion at my front door. Maybe I'm being swatted. No, it's my neighbor. It's my neighbor on his scooter. Can I show you guys this? I probably shouldn't show you guys this. Little guy. What a cutie. He's about like 5'4". He's on his little scooter. He's kind of escorting the scooter down the hallway. Hello, Abigail. Have you been playing Elden Ring? Yeah, Abigail, have you been Shit, hang on. Have you been playing Elden Ring? I'm about 110 hours in, and most of those hours are just me fucking around. Just me exploring through the world, just me carrying on like a proper dickhead. Alright, let's see here. Don't want to accidentally show you guys some lewd images I have on my... Yes. Okay, patching done. Press any key to continue. Done. And there we go. Sorry, I just had to run a quick program for myself. There we are. I just hit 60 hours. What level are you at, Abigail? Oh, you know it's coffee time. Oh, and here you go. This is it complete. This is how it came out. Let me give you a little zoom in. There's some zoom in. And there you can see the whole thing in its glory. Hey, Big Al Gleason. What brings you all the way over here, buddy? How you doing, man? Oh. Yeah, long time no see. Alexander Gleason? Alexander Gleason, as I live and breathe. What's new with you, bud? Good, I saw your broadcast on Twitter. Whoa, wow, that's so wild. That's so crazy. Wait, so how come you didn't watch me on Twitter? What made you decide to come all the way over here? Not that I've got any kind of problem with that. Not that I got any kind of issue with that. I'm just curious. You know, I just want to know why you didn't just say hi over there. No, I'm fucking around. I literally, I just started broadcasting live on Twitter. Like yesterday was the first day before yesterday. It's a feature, I use live stream. No, I use a restream free. I don't pay $15 a month for the privilege of streaming to other platforms that are paywall locked. But no, they just opened up live Twitter feed streaming to the package, and I was like, for free? Why the hell not? What do I care? The more places that people have a chance of stumbling upon my dumbass and my silly doodles, the more the merrier. I said hi. I don't think you saw it. Wait, you said hi on Twitter? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Have people... Oh, wait, shit. God damn it. Have other people ever said hi to me on Twitter? Fuck. Yeah, wait. Can you... Alright, I just pulled up my own feed. Here, I'm gonna write something in my own feed. Connecting to chat room. Connected. Hello everyone. Here, let me show you guys. Ooh, Restream is not showing me Twitter chat. Oh man, people. Oh damn, dude. This means somebody may have came by like yesterday. Yeah, only did one day, and they may have actually engaged, but didn't. But for some damn reason, the restream chat was just like, I don't care about this. So Alexander Gleason, how it works is I'm also on Facebook and I'm also on YouTube. So generally. I mean, well, I see you now, but I see your comment now, but I have to actually be in there. Oh, that is a huge pain in the ass. Shit, what the fuck was I gonna say? Oh. What's awesome about the Restream chat bot, or at least this was the awesome part until yesterday, apparently. It pushes all the chats together. So it puts Facebook chat, YouTube chat, Twitch chat, all in one. So the fact that it's not pushing Twitter chat on here is kind of a bummer. It makes me actually kind of want to shut it off now. Not that I think I got less than 1,000 Twitter followers, so it's not like I'm really. But still, even if one person comes by, I don't want them to feel like I ignored them. Oh snap, that could be a cool feature. Yeah, see, Alexander Gleason. So you just wrote something in Twitch chat and it popped up on screen. If I head over to YouTube and write something in the YouTube chat. Here, I'm going to write something in the YouTube chat right now. Now it should take a second, but there it is. I just wrote "oh baby." I just wrote "oh baby" in the YouTube chat. And that should also pop up like it did on screen. Therefore, and any other comments here. Let me do another one. I've got another. Hey, what's up? What's up, Nix? Hello, Nix. How are you? I'm glad we were able to run this little test. Why is your notification turbo pop? Hey, Venomous Weep. My notification is turbo pop because that was an old quote from a person that used to hang out on this stream. I hope they're doing well. Wherever they are. So what I used to do is I used to hit the quote command, and then I would quote people in the chat. So you see all these weird quotes that are popping up right now? Is that Tran laughing like a greasy sea lion? Wrinkly with juices. Cock sound blasted out of my blasted out of my window. Anyway, you get the idea. So what I used to do when I was more like proactive about my Twitter alerts, every day I would take the time to find a quote, and then I would take that quote and I would turn that quote into the daily notification that I was live. But that was a lot of work. It wasn't a lot of work, but it was 5 minutes out of my day. Your time zone is just false. My time zone is false? My time zone is 6:30 p.m. Friend? John Amore. Oh, I just finished the 4th season of his webtoon. Really good. Also cool notification. I have to finish that. Man, I'm a shitty friend, dude. John Amore spent 60 American dollars, which is way more in his currency, his Filipino pesos, to purchase me Elden Ring. It was so generous. It was so sweet. Great guy, great friend, super lucky to have him in my life. And I'm a piece of shit. I haven't finished like the last 5 episodes of his comic. No bueno. Joe in New York, but the rest of the world, you're pretty late, nor pretty early. What time is it where you are? What time is it where you are, Nix? Not gonna lie, I didn't read it for a week because I'm what may so call a procrastinator. Yeah, I get that. Alright, let's try connect pressure gusher. There's I wanna video resolution 2K. Well, I've gotten back into drawing recently. It's pretty fun. You like it? I'm looking at my canvas information because I want to know what the... Alright, so 2K, my video resolution is 2K, video quality is good. Let me see here. I don't know. I think I want better quality video resolution. I don't know if you guys have ever looked at these. I don't know if you guys have ever looked at your Procreate settings, but if you look at your Procreate settings, you could really kind of get into the nitty gritty of your. You can get into the nitty gritty of your canvas. It's 1 a.m. late in the dark. Don't know about the PM AM thing. Oh, so you are. If it's 1 a.m. there, it's 6:30 p.m. here. So what's that? 6.5 hours ahead. Color profile, RGB, time-lapse settings. Should I do 2K or 4K? 4K might be over quality. 4K might be... I think 4K is overkill. 2K I think is more than enough for... Yeah. Alright, yes, but I am going to be upping the quality from good to studio quality. Alright, don't mind me, y'all. Well, if you're ever curious to see how I set up my canvases, watch closely, boys and girls, because this is how I set up my Procreate canvas. I add these special pre-made and tweaked by yours truly layers. And you might be wondering, what the hell are these? What the hell are these? What are you doing? What I'm doing, this is what will be known as my paper texture. So this is a screen layer, and this is the multiply layer. And if you look, you'll see it turns it into paper. Now this is a pretty severe version. I like to actually tone it down some. I'll decrease the opacity, but generally speaking, there we go. A neutral gray. Also, another little tip for any fellow doodlers out there. Always helpful, especially if you're drawing digitally, to sketch with a... Alright, hang on, let me... I'm gonna delete these. Two. Let me just, let me just make sure. Okay. The paper texture is working. Let me check my canvas information one more time. So all right, 9 by 12 inches, 600 dots per inch DPI, which means I could print it pretty big. Color profiles RGB. Let's see. All right, yes, we're at a studio video quality at 2K. Perfection. Perfect. So what I'm going to do is I'm coming over to video here. I'm going to purge any kind of video. You know what? Let me actually get rid of that. Keep that there. I'm going to purge it again. which I'm getting rid of the time lapse. So that future time lapse that I do, let me delete these two. So that future time lapses that I do will start with a fresh, so let me show you. So here's a sketch layer that I never even bothered to finish. And when you do time-lapse replay, it starts with the art, right? Versus, because if I hadn't have purged the time-lapse, what you would have seen me doing is, in the video would have been me dragging things around and adding the new paper, texture, layer, all that stuff. I'm thinking of drawing Moon Knight since the show came out. Have you watched the show? How is Moon Knight? I haven't seen it yet. Yes. Oh, so back to my little tip. Back to my little tip before. When you're drawing digitally, it's very handy to start with a gray background. How gray, how dark. Actually, I like it just a pinch darker. Yeah, I like it about there. That's good. Now let me actually duplicate this a couple times so that I've got a couple of blank canvases just good to go, ready to be drawn on. Excellent. All right. Now we can dive in. So as I was saying, grab your favorite pencil or brush pencil. I've got my own that I've made here. It's my own little brand of pencil brush. But the reason why you go with a neutral gray versus just white, because most of us, especially those of us who started sketching on, paper, computer paper, white is kind of the default. But let me just give you an example. Here, I'll just do a torso. Just to have something to show you, just to highlight my point. Just the top part of a torso of a...
What are you highlighting?
Of a dude. I'm showing why when working on a digital canvas, it's better to have a neutral gray background rather than a white background. What it allows you to do, especially if you're going to be adding tone, especially if you're going to be adding color. With color, it's mandatory. But even if you're doing just kind of black and white, and let's say you want to start adding shadow, we're just going to do a cheap rim light kind of shadow. This is crap, but you get my meaning. You see how this is already building layers? What happens, what happens if the canvas behind it is just white? What ends up happening is, especially if you're using tones, it's really hard to see how those tones are going to look when the background is completely white. I'll show you. Matter of fact, I'll show you with just a quick layer of a random color. Eric, what are you up to?
Chatting with you for a little bit before I have to jump into a meeting in about 20 minutes or so. And then on top of that, just kind of drawing.
How goes episode 6?
I am laying out the last, what am I looking at here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pages, maybe 9. And then we get to inking.
Excellent. Is inking your favorite part?
Of the art side of the pre-production?
Yeah.
Kinda, yeah, because it makes me feel like, first of all, it gets things off the table and I can call it done, but it helps to proof out whether or not the pencils are working. Because sometimes you do these little scratches on pencil and you're like, whoa, that feels really good. and you go back in there and ink it, and you're like, that's garbage time.
Oh, that's
You
hilarious.
ever go through that?
Yeah, for sure.
The pencil is so forgiving, you know? It gives your line this weird, I think, false personality.
It does.
Because it's not meant to be like that in the end product, so...
Yeah, Richard Pace actually coined a phrase, I believe. I don't know where he got it from, but it stuck with me when he described the losing of energy in pencils and why pencils sometimes look better than inks. And he said it was because of all the maybe lines, of all the even in this doodle that I did right now, somewhere in there's some decent lines. So the thing is our minds kind of make it appear to be better than it is. Our minds kind of sort it out to be the best iteration of like the six lines that I have over his shoulder right now. One of those works. But when you're inking, you have to commit. When you're inking, there's no maybe lines. This is the line. And the thing is, that line might not be the best one for it. But right, just to illustrate my point earlier about coloring or adding value to a digital piece while the background is white. Look at it now. Actually, the color on the right is more accurate. It's more of an orangey red that I used, not a much deeper, more saturated, darker, almost purplish red on the left. Fucking programs. But okay, look. Watch what happens as I change the background color. You see how differently that reads? Probably a little harder to illustrate. But whereas before those yellows were much harder to identify. It actually looked a lot better with the white. But it's a nice way to see. See? You see how the color changes? You see how your eyes adapt and your eyes change? Very important. Pick a grayscale if you're adding shadow, if you're adding value, any kind of tonal quality, especially if you're adding color. Start gray. That's my word of advice. I'm sure probably some artists out there who are like, you're an asshole, but that's how I found it best. Neutral background. Go from there. Oh, Venomous Weep. It's pretty okay. The first episode wasn't bad at all. Not super spectacular either, but I'm excited for what's to come. The actor for Midnight, his name slips my mind. His name is Oscar Isaac. He's very good comedy. Is pretty good, and it mixes some aspects of horror I hope to see more of. iShow Speed should be casted as Static Shock. Who's that? What's up, Reshi? Roger says, yo, Canetti.
Hello.
Mike, interesting. The colors showing different UG cameras, so which one is more true? I'm guessing the screen capture. Actually, you would be guessing wrong. The screen capture is the one on the left. And the screen capture directly from my device is on the left. And the camera, which is the camera here on the right, is usually way off. But actually, for some damn reason, it is spot on right now. Let me see if I can fix that. Oh, you know, I had the color correction. I had the color correction on to color correct it for one of the last pieces I was doing. Well, see, this is way more desaturated. Oh man. I guess
you're screwed now, buddy.
What?
I said you're screwed now.
Yeah, no. Annoying. Thank you for sharing the tips, says D. Rogers. Thank you for dropping my middle finger emotes. Eric, any interest in watching Moon Knight?
Yes. Now, with the caveat being, there must be nothing else available to me. The answer is yes. How about yourself?
I am. I haven't watched it yet. But you know what? I don't have anything on the list currently. Like, I want to catch up on...
That's pretty, I mean...
Yeah.
Generally, Marvel stuff, Marvel Disney Plus stuff, you've been pretty on board.
Yeah. For the most part.
Yeah. I mean, not in love, but for the most part, you're like, yeah, I'll give that a shot. You've always been...
I'm game.
Yeah. Generous with your time, very sort of open-minded about what's on there.
So long as it's not just unwatchable drivel. These days for Marvel, I'm just looking to have a little fun.
Yeah.
Just kind of live in a fantasy world for a little bit. I'm not.
And to be fair, not all of it. I don't know if any one series you could ever categorize as unwatchable. Some are less interesting, some drag, some are a little bit more unique. But unwatchable is like,
right.
Well, for me, the entirety of the DCCW.
Ha, that's fair. You know what? Apparently, according to critics, I don't know if you guys have seen the reviews yet. The review embargo is lifted, and reviews started coming in today. In regards to something being unwatchable, and that happens to be, drumroll please, Morbius. According to the overall critics' consensus, as I've seen today, has been purely rotten. Now again, it is the critics after all, who, it's take it or leave it, depending on how hard they're shilling. Or how invested they are in whatever weird ideology a movie might be bringing to the forefront. But I don't think it's got anything to do with I don't think it has anything to do with that for this review. They're not talking about any kind of weird identity-based stuff. Let me show you guys here. Morbius, 17%. What's up, Sideshow? I thought that was a thumbs up. Yeah, get out of here, Rogers. Critics, cursed with uninspired effects, role performances, and a borderline nonsensical story, the Spidey-adjacent mess is a vain attempt to make Morbius happen. Now I'm going to read a few reviews here. Divert your eyes. I won't spoil anything. But the critics might. I will protect you from spoilers so long as you don't read the screen before I say it. Jared Leto stars as a skulking vampire in a bloodless and boring comics adaptation desperately riding the coattails of the Marvel movie powerhouse. Morbius hits the ground running, but the living vampire movie is ultimately an uneven film that never quite figures out what it wants to be. Unless your ticket is free, don't bother. This movie is as lifeless as the bodies Morpheus drains and throws on the floor. Apparently, the early 2000 days of insultingly lazy superhero movies has not yet died out. With a predictable plot, inconsistent beats, flat dialogue, and bland characters, Morbius is a huge letdown. The post-credits feel like a sloppy afterthought. Soulless, tedious filmmaking, the doldrums of superhero theaters. And they just, there's just more of this. More like Borbius, am I right? The action scenes are poorly staged and the special effects are awful, plus it spends too much time on the origin story somehow without ever making us connect to the title character. Morbius is a perfunctory, sloppy, paint-by-numbers attempt to remind audiences that Sony has the rights to these Spider-Man villains, and by golly, they're going to use them. While the latest Marvel origin story features plenty of bats, it doesn't hold a candle to the Batman. Yeah, so I'm not hearing... So, listen, sometimes when critics lambast something, they might have an ideological bend. They might have an ideological bend, or they might be critiquing not enough diversity, or blah, 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 blah. But I'm not seeing any of that. The critiques I'm seeing here is apparently that's just a badly made, poorly written movie. I haven't seen any of the usual, hey, what's up, Casey? I haven't seen any of the usual lunatics chanting about, whatever kind of nonsense is popular to, title grab, headline grab. Wolves, you going to sleep, buddy? No give... Wait, why'd you think it was a giveaway? No giveaway. What's up, Casey? What's up, Rogers? What's up, Gleason? No, I just got... What's up, Toxic Wolves? Yeah, man. I'll be honest, I didn't have high hopes for Morbius, but at the very least, I thought it would be as silly, maybe? As silly as and as fun as Venom. Eric, did you see Venom?
Yeah, I mean, it was okay.
It was listen, it wasn't. I wouldn't tell you to watch it in theaters for sure.
Right.
And I wouldn't tell you it was a must see that you must,
Right.
But listen, if you're
it's
on
not awful,
right? If you're on an airplane, I would gladly watch either of the Venom movies than ever have to sit down and watch Eternals again.
Yes. I mean, actually, that's a perfect way. That's a perfect category.
Yeah.
You're like, I'd never watch it in theaters, but you know what? I'd watch it on an airplane.
Yeah.
How awesome is that? What a great thing you've come up with. That's an airplane movie.
Yeah. You got some time on your hands. Why not?
You got a flight to kill.
Right. God, Eternals was bad. But no, Morbius seems like it doesn't do that. Which is Morbius a sequel or something? No, it's a standalone origin film. Sony owns the rights to maybe like 100 Spider-Man based characters. So the fact that they own so many, they are attempting to launch their own universe. But the thing is, their universe is limited to Spider-Man characters.
Did you know that they had every opportunity to pick up the entire Marvel lineup, but they didn't think that those other quote-unquote side characters would be very good for movies?
Yeah, no, this is in the aughts when Marvel was bankrupt, right? And selling off all the rights?
Maybe? I don't exactly recall the year and the time of opportunity, but
You're not here for the
certainly
orgy?
the idea that...
Ooh, it's a raid.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, what's up, everybody? I figured maybe I'll show you guys the most recent piece I finished while I introduce myself. Hello, Elizabeth. Hello, Fox. Hello, friends. Welcome. I'm Michael DiNicola. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm joined on stream right now by my friend in Discord, Eric Canetti, the lovely, the talented. Today is the last day to get your hands on Arc Athena Volume 2, Book 2. I think you have around 9 hours-ish left. Let me see.
9-ish.
9 hours. Right on the money. Hello, Snow Rip. Liz, what were you doing in your stream today?
I was hunting ghosts for the second half, and for the first half, I was painting a dragon.
No more puzzles on stream?
I haven't really been in a puzzling.
You hate
mood
puzzles
lately.
now.
I do not. I did like 50 puzzles this winter, so that's probably
no,
why.
I'm doing Twitter.
You like that,
I'm
Liz?
doing
He
Twitter.
jumped immediately to hate. He
Right?
jumped immediately.
Yeah, no, I exist like a Twitter person now. When somebody says I like oranges, that I assume that means that they
You
hate
hate
apples.
bananas.
Yeah, exactly. They hate all other fruit.
It just makes things easier, Mike. I think.
Yeah, black and white.
How did stream? How did stream go, Liz?
It was good. It was nice and chill.
Yeah. Okay.
I didn't die in Phasmophobia, so I was
Oh.
pretty surprised with that. I was playing by myself. So.
I've
You
never
typically die?
phasmoed before.
Oh, you should.
How hard is it?
It's not hard. It's like a little puzzle game, basically.
So-
It's not really hard. It's just
Puzzle.
it can be very exhilarating sometimes.
What? You know what? Matt was in here the other day talking about how you and Nikki and him and Rum
Oh,
will all
yes.
phasma together. Oh, thank you so much
yeah.
for the follow. Wow, Liz, great for you, dude. Man, 46 people. Look at you.
I had
You're
some
blowing up.
raids today too. There's so many amazing people that have been supportive.
Aw. Amazing.
Bang, bang, you're the best.
Weathered Odin, thank you so much for the follow. How PG did you keep it? Was it G-rated, PG-13?
I mean, I kept it pretty PG, I would say, for getting my pants scared off. So,
Do you scream? Hey, Corey.
yeah, I did today at one point. I didn't mean to.
$4.99 today.
Corey.
Speaking of supportive people,
Speaking of supportive people, me, says Corey.
damn, that's a long time.
EM.
49 months of bought friendship between Corey and I.
I wouldn't. Come on, Mike. I wouldn't put it.
Michael, don't be like that.
Michael. Hey, Corey. Corey, who says he's definitely going to go to TwitchCon.
We're gonna have
What is
our own
TwitchCon?
TwitchCon. Michael.
Corey's all ready to pack his bags and head over to San Diego this fall for TwitchCon 22.
San Diego again, eh?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, right, Corey? San Diego? Anybody else in the chat planning on going to that?
You are, Mike, right?
I don't think so.
You said F that noise.
I don't think so. I feel like all the people that I knew that, that I like streamed and like to I feel like they all fell off, you know?
Mm.
It's like, there's no one I know that I think that's going that I want to table with or hang out with besides people like Corey and a handful of others. But all the streamers that I know are, they come by and say hi, like Liz. Wow, 37 months. Thank you, Dave Tran.
work it, daddy.
Oh my.
I don't like that guy. I don't like that guy. I don't have a lot of respect for him.
Is it because he's bald, you think?
No, it's because he's from Southeast Asia.
Yeah. I thought it was because he wore glasses.
I have something against that too. This
Yeah.
all sounds horrible for people who don't know that we have a good relationship with
Yeah.
Dave Tran. Yeah,
Yeah, and
it sounds awful.
there's a lot going on in the
To
Venn
Liz-
diagram.
To Liz's crowd, who's never
Right. He doesn't
who
know what
don't
Eric
know
looks
that we have a
like.
very.
Doesn't know your
Right.
background.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Pretty sure if people heard the way my brother and I talk to each other, they would think that we absolutely hated each other.
The best kind of Asia. Hello, David Tran. Thank you, Corey. Thank you, Liz. You guys have been very, very sweet today. Thank you. Well, you're sweet every day.
No, you.
Oh, Liz, hang on. I'm gonna Discord message you, my pot,
Plant pics.
my little plant.
Yay.
Uh,
Oh, I need to send you a picture of my orchid. It's oh my god, the bloom thing on it. It's not blooming yet, but it has, from the last picture I showed you, I think it was an inch, maybe a few centimeters long-ish when I sent it to you last, and now it's almost 8 inches long. I was like, dang, look at it go.
All right, you two. Let me excuse myself. Maybe I'll be back later. Have a
Okay.
great afternoon and evening.
I'll
Good to
be
see
right
you.
here. Hope to see you
Yeah.
soon. Enjoy your meeting, Eric. There he goes. Here, Liz, I just messaged it to you.
Thank you.
Does anybody want to see my pot of plant? Snowrip. Snowrip, how are you doing? What's going on, man? Snowrip, Liz, is your friend
Oh my God, look
Snowrip
at it
sick?
go. Oh, it's so pretty.
I love those little blue ones. Sure.
Yeah, I was about to say, what is all of that?
So, I. This is a weird one. Let me show everybody what we're talking about. I don't know if there are any other plant nerds in the channel right now, but I've over the last year or so probably due to the pandy and being at home all the time, I thought, let me watch stuff grow while I'm here. Here we go. I'm getting better from COVID. Oh man, which one did you get? I'm sorry, Snowrip, that's terrible. How would people know you love your friends and family if you didn't insult them on a regular basis? Well, Dave loves it when we insult him. All right, so I was at a wedding a few years back, and as goodbye gifts, they give most weddings when you leave, they give you kind of like a little goodie bag to say, and they're filled with like trinkets and little mementos and stuff that you take on the way to your car. This particular wedding, they had these little packets of wildflower seeds, and these wildflower seeds, I shoved them in a drawer, and there they sat for almost 2 years. And then
That's what I did for my wedding too.
yeah, and I figured, I was gonna chuck them, but then I thought, oh, what the hell? I looked at the instructions. The instructions were literally like, yeah, just toss these in a pot. They were like, just toss these in a pot, and what ended up happening is I had an avocado. I had a little avocado plant that my friend gave me that I thought died. Like all the top leaves came off, and the stalk was there, and I thought, like the stalk was almost like 2 feet high. So then I thought, you know what? I've got this dead plant, the first plant I ever killed, the first and only plant I've ever killed. Just on my windowsill, taking up space in nicely fertilized, aerated, full of perlite soil. I thought, well, let me just chuck these seeds in here and see what happens. And then this is literally within, I don't know, like I'm saying, like 6 months of me putting them in the potter. They're now taller than the avocado plant was, and they're blooming.
Look at him go.
Let me show. Actually, fuck it. I'll show you guys. I'll bring it over. By the way, I know nothing of wildflowers whatsoever.
It's so pretty.
Now, you know what's crazy? The crazy part is, let me see if I could.
Ooh, sorry.
Let me see if I could zoom in here. So Liz, remember how I told you that the avocado plant I thought was dead? First
Yes.
plant I ever killed? It is not.
Oh.
The stalk never turned the stalk never turned brown and rotted. And then if you look here, this little growth off the side, this is from the avocado stalk.
Oh my God.
So it's not it's not dead.
It's not dead. I'm not dead.
Right? That one, and then there's another one up here. Kind of hard to see, but this little nub shooting out. Yeah, no, the avocado is shooting out little things. I don't know what the fuck they are. My friend, my friend went to the store and, I don't know, I guess he had an avocado. I guess he ate an avocado and then took the thing and put it in soil and then gave it to me. Yes. So this is my wildflower pot in all her glory. See how fucking tall it is, though? Jesus.
Big baby.
And again, just in the matter of a few months. Dude, you need a little Bulbasaur to put in there with it. I would love a little Bulbasaur to put in there with it. Hello, Tom Servo. Tom Servo rating with a party of 1. Hello, Tom. Welcome, Tom. I think I had... Oh, I am already Liz. No fever anymore, but the runny nose, sneezes, and cough persists. I think I had Omicron as I caught it really easily. Symptoms were mild overall. Through 2 vax, already getting better. Well, good. I'm glad you're okay.
Bang, bang, you're the best.
Tom Servo Crow, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you for hanging out. That's some tree bling. Oh, Liz, you should check out... Liz, have I showed you my propagation box?
I think you did, yeah. With the sphagnum peat moss and stuff.
Yes, but there have been updates.
Ooh.
All right, I'm bringing it over. Guys, this is my propagation box.
Ooh, even more fancy than the last time I saw it.
Yes. There have been upgrades. No. It's the same thing. Sphagnum moss on the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
But let me see if I could send you. I'm gonna send you another picture. Oh shit! I lost it. Oh yeah. Okay. So one of my favorite plants that I propagated from a friend's plant. I've told this story before. I was helping my friend move one day, and in the process of moving my friend and all his plants, a bunch of he hit like a speed bump in the U-Haul, and a bunch of the plants and pots just went all over the backseat of my car. Yeah, we were in the U-Haul, and then the rest of the stuff, I remember now, because it was plants, and he didn't want them in the U-Haul because he thought they would spill over in the U-Haul. We decided to take my car and drive careful. And of course, in my car driving careful, it's still there was a speed bump or a short stop or somebody ran a light or whatever. So sure enough, the pots fell all over the place and a bunch of soil spilled out. And one of the casualties of that car accident with the plants was this purple shamrock. Let me show you guys. So this is actually Liz, this is a sad photo because this was the purple shamrock after it had started to die.
Oh.
So this whole thing, you had maybe 10 of these little leafies shooting up, and purple shamrock, I think they're also called butterfly leaves. They look really nice because what they do is in the sunlight they spread out, and then when they've had enough sun they lay down like that. But if you look at the pot, they all just started to die. So I started freaking out. So I did the only thing I thought I could do, which was basically bring it to the plant ICU, which was the propagation box, which is here. So let me give you an update.
Oh wow.
By the way,
little guy's going in there.
Stinks in here.
I mean, yeah.
I'm just gonna have to bring the camera over. Here we go. Look at that. She lives. Look at that. Look at those little.
Oh,
Look at those. Look how like open they
looks
are.
so happy.
So happy. So cute. So friendly. The petals are wide open.
Those little friends.
And there's like 2 more stalks that are working their way up from these little tubers. So the plant made it out of the ICU. And yeah, you also have some invasive English ivy growing in there.
I see it and I twitch a little bit because I tear so much of it out of my backyard every year.
Yeah, but look how pretty this is.
I don't want to talk about it.
But actually, you know what's weird? In captivity, I think the leaves look like bright and beautiful, and they look like the leaves that are on Frodo's, cape.
Mm-hmm.
But out in the wild, it looks ugly to me. Like when I see it on a tree or on the ground, I'm like, that looks ugly. But when it's like up close and like nice and like not like weathered by the elements, I think it looks really beautiful. Anyways, I've been watching to make sure there's no fungal growth or anything, because that's the risk that's run. But I don't want to take anything out of where it is. But I've got some pothos in here. I've got some baby rubber plants in here, cuttings.
Nice.
Here you can kind of see. You can kind of see over here. Yeah, this guy over here. I'm pretty sure I saw little roots growing. And then this
We'd
is
love to see it.
This is the rubber plant, like the rubber plant, not baby rubber plant, real rubber plant. And I was looking at the bottom, and let me see. It's kind of hard to see. It's kind of hard to see on camera, but there are. Yeah, it's tough to see on camera, but there are roots starting to form on the bottom here. Here you can kind of see one here.
Mm-hmm.
On the left, this little squiggle.
The little squiggle. Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, the little
Looks
squiggle.
like a little worm.
Looks like a little worm. Guess what? There are no little worms.
Not a little worm.
There's not little worms. That is not how sphagnum moss looks like here. I think you kind of see a little bit on the corner. That little loop-de-loo there. Again, that's not a little worm looping around. That is those are the little roots starting to form. I also have some ZZ plant cuttings in here.
Man, I'm so proud of you. All right, I need to go get ready. My best friend's going to be here to paint soon. But I'm going to send you a picture of my orchid shoot that's going, because I'm actually really excited about that too.
Oh, here, that's it. That's the color. You see that? Like,
Ooh,
you see that bright purple? When the purple shamrock is in like full health, full spring bloom, it'll start to flower, and that's the kind of purple that it looks. It's a really beautiful, beautiful color.
My mom has like a whole big full pot of those, and it's just so gorgeous.
And what's so great is that they fan out. Like, this is them hungry for sun, and when they're tired of
and
sun,
the flowers are so cute too.
They're these little white, beautiful flowers. Love.
If you ever get a chance, look up a wedding veil. I had a wedding veil for a really long time until I moved, and my mom looked after it for a while, and she said she couldn't find it, which means I'm assuming she killed it, because it's so long. Like, I had the one that I had, it was like 6 feet long.
6 feet.
And when I would hang it from my balcony or outside, so I'd hang it from like underneath, because it needed more shade. But the color and the flowers on it are so beautiful. Like, they're so tiny, and it's very delicate, but it's very pretty.
I'm gonna look that up right now.
Yeah, but I'm so disappointed. I definitely want to get another one someday. It was such a pretty one. But you essentially have to give it like a haircut in the winter. and then like let it grow back out again.
Wedding veil plant. How to care for a bridal veil hanging plant.
Oh, bridal veil, yes. Sorry.
Oh, wow. Wow. Those look like heartstrings almost. Or,
They're so pretty.
yeah, this almost looks like, that's what they're called, right? The,
Oh,
string
that's
of
actually
hearts?
not quite it.
No?
The bridal veil that I had was like a full, like it's not, I wouldn't call it that, no. Here, let me see if I can find a link. Oh, I found it, hold on. Oops, sorry, hold on.
I definitely want a string of hearts plant. Oh, apologies for the plant detour. I actually don't know a lot of people that are into plants the way I found myself into plants of late. Besides lids, of course. What is she eating? What does it look like she's eating? I don't know much about houseplants, but I spent my childhood in a garden and I know my fair share about roots and vegetables. I figured I could grow some taters and tomatoes on my balcony, but I'm too lazy. I would love to have a like flourishing garden that I could make a salad out of the stuff growing there. Have you gotten to the phase where you start talking your plants yet? No, but like, I'll definitely slap the leaf of a rubber plant when I see it, because the leaf of the rubber plant that I have, the plant itself is like maybe like 3 feet tall, and the leaves are like, the bigger leaves are literally about like this big, so like almost the size of my
Alright.
face.
I gotta go. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Okay.
My best friend just got here and the dog just went absolutely nuts.
Okay. Oh, there it is. There it is. Oh wow.
But yeah, I
looks
sent
like,
you a picture.
almost looks like seaweed.
Yeah, it's like really, really delicate. And those, I couldn't find a longer picture of it, but it actually grows down like a vine and it's so pretty. Sorry, that's Watson crying behind me.
Well,
All right, I'll talk to you guys later.
enjoy your friend time.
Absolutely. It was good to see you. Take care,
Ditto.
everybody.
Here, this is how it looks. I figured I could grow some taters and tomatoes on my balcony, but I'm too lazy. You probably could. Scarlet isn't really that blood-like. What do you mean scarlet? Scarlet? Have you gotten the face? I have not started talking to my plants yet, no. But you never know. I might just snap. One day I might just have some kind of breakdown and start talking to them. Yeah, no, man. I don't know why, but I found like this weird kind of like maybe it's because I grew up in New York City my whole life. There hasn't been much, if at all, exposure to things that grow, right? Because this is kind of a concrete jungle, right? I grew up in apartments my whole life, so not much contact with nature, barely any. So I think having plants, watching them grow, seeing things like thrive and change and bloom and you know, lay dormant in the winter and then come to life, just spring to life and flower in the spring. It's really awesome. I practically live in the woods and plow fields. What, you live on a farm? It's not a farm. It sounds like you live in a farm. I mean, if you're plowing fields, isn't that farming? It's a field. What do you plow then? Like, but it's not a modern. It's a field, but not a modern farm. But you still have to plow it. Are you like harvesting crops? Potatoes. Vegetables. And are they just for your family? Yes, so I think yeah, man, I would really love to have enough space to have a garden where I grew vegetables and other things to eat. But to be honest, I don't know anything about gardening or crops or harvesting, nothing. But you know what? I didn't know a damn thing about houseplants. You know, 6-7 months ago, I didn't know shit. And now I know a bunch. Clearly not everything. I'm in no means trying to say I'm some kind of expert or have any even remotely advanced knowledge on the matter. A rudimentary understanding. Just for the family and relatives, we have a garden, a farm, and a hill, and some forest. That's dope. That's fucking awesome. One day I'm gonna have a fucking garden where I grow cool shit, and then I'm gonna have people come over and be like, "Hey, taste my tomatoes." It's awesome, though. I rate you didn't ever have to shovel dung. No, I've never had to shovel shit. Although, you know what? I have had to do disgusting things growing up in New York City. So I used to help my friend who is the superintendent of the building's son. I used to help him do the garbage, which is going floor to floor, cleaning, sorting out recyclables, sorting out the trash, cleaning out the trash chutes, grabbing all that shit up, dragging it to the curb. Very much like a garbage man. Garbage can get nasty. You know, it's heavy. Really just heavy, giant black garbage bags full of a full apartment building's worth of people's crap. It was pretty fucking nasty. But I did it. But no, I never had a shovel cow shit, but I can't imagine it's much worse than that. I'd imagine it's just something you get used to. I mean, also, if you're growing crops, right? You need fertilizer. So it's not like you know, it's you're doing with a purpose. Garbage men don't have it too bad. They just tip over the bins. Nah, man, no, they don't, dude. At least not here. No, dude, the garbage men here, man, they have to pick up the fucking giant, incredibly heavy bags of trash that are on the sidewalk and lift them up and put them in the compactor in the back of the truck. They've got to do that for hours and hours and hours through every neighborhood that they got to hit up. And and they drive past apartment buildings. And some apartment buildings here, man, the garbage bags that were set out by, you know, individuals like my friend and his family, they are like many feet high, tall bags of garbage. Let me see if I could find a picture for you. Here we go. Here's a perfect example. These are by no means. This might be a little bit backed up, but this is what you're looking like. So as a garbage man, you've got to go through and pick this shit up. And if you're a person who lives in the apartment building and works for the apartment building, this is what it looks like. You gotta bag up all this shit and put this outside. And it fucking smells disgusting, and it fucking leaks on your clothing, and it smells just rancid, rotten, nasty. Yeah. So like, yeah, as a kid, this is what I would help my friend do. Bag up all this shit, bring it to the curb. And then what the garbage men do is they have to go out of their truck, grab this shit, and grab all this and put it in the back of it. And these things are heavy, man. These are heavy fucking bags. Here we go. This is what they look like they're doing. And you gotta be quick, man, because it's New York City. There's no room for you to take your sweet time. So you gotta pull over and boom, grab it, toss it, grab it, toss it, grab it, toss it. You smell like shit. People are yelling at you, telling you to hurry the fuck up. Hell on Wheels, the rogue world of one of New York's major trash haulers. Hey Mike, when you tap your pen, does that change the opacity or what? Oh, you see me doing that? Tapping my pen means I'm switching from eraser to pencil. So pencil, 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 tap, tap, erase, 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 erase. Those dudes are hustling. Here we have bins outside the home. They just load them into the truck and the bins have wheels. Oh man, that's a sweet gig. If you're that kind of garbage man where you just drive down the block and it's just automated you know, where you just have to tip it into a thing. That's a sweet job. But nah, man, being a New York City garbage man, that is not fun. Anyway, so I'm guessing that shoveling cow or horse shit as fertilizer into your crops, it's probably not, I'm not saying it's easy. I'm not saying it's a walk in the park, but I think I'd rather do that than have to handle other people's shit. Sometimes literal shit on the streets of New York. Cow dung isn't that dirty, right? It's mostly grass and shit. Also, hello, Idara. Hey, I like your art. You inspired me. That's very kind of you to say. And you use shovels or pitchforks. Yeah, no, especially like if you're growing crops for your family, and you know, or you know, you're harvesting. I bet that's a good feeling. I bet that feels nice.
Bang, bang, you're the best.
Hey, Galleon, welcome. My summer after high school grad, I worked landscaping for a community college on campus housing. Once a week we did trash duty. The garbage truck would drive in, we would jump on, we'd have to throw the bags and dump the cans in the truck. Dude, the stink, man. The fucking stink. That's one thing I'll never forget, man. Ugh, God, gives me the chills. Thinking about it, man. Yeah, but however, man, if you could land a sanitation job in New York City, you're fucking good, man. Good pay, bennies. My other grandma had a vineyard. Wow, has. Hey Rogers, what do you think about those Morpheus reviews, man? The wine cellar. Damn. I bet that wine cellar is dope. My grandma didn't have a wine cellar, but she made her own pasta. She was Italian and married an Italian man from southern Italy. I thought they were great. I figured the movie would suck. Even the trailers look lame. You know, it's that kind of shit that reminds me of all the bad Sony movies that they make, especially the Sony Spider-Man movies. Like, you know, you watch No Way Home and Far From Home and Homecoming, and you're like, oh yeah. And you know, you watch what's it called? Into the Spider-Verse. You watch Into the Spider-Verse and you're like, yo, Sony's got Spider-Man and movies figured the fuck out. And then they drop Morbius, and then you're very much reminded that this is also the studio that, yeah, sure, they gave you the first Tobey Maguire Spider-Man movie, and they gave you Into the Spider-Verse, and they gave you No Way Home, which we all loved, I'm sure. But they also gave you Spider-Man 3. They also gave you Amazing Spider-Man 2 and parts of Amazing Spider-Man 1 were pretty bad. And then you remember, like, oh yeah, this company sucks sometimes. You sell your wine to your friend and then you go to their party and drink all the wine you sold them? Oh. Well, listen, I'm a recovering alcoholic, so I can't partake, but that's a good scheme. Yeah, you know what? I wouldn't mind shoveling cow poop. If I was growing cool crops, man, to feed myself and my loved ones. Like, you know, listen, don't get me wrong, I wouldn't enjoy it. I wouldn't look forward to the days where I've got to shovel poop. You know, I wouldn't wake up and think, oh boy, today I get to shovel cow feces. You know, kind of like how you don't wake up thinking, man, I can't wait to do this laundry, or I can't wait to clean all these dishes. Maybe only for New Year, but 40 baskets of potatoes. Do you feel awesome? What do you do with all those potatoes? Eat them as much as you want. Do you like freeze them? Like, how do you keep them from spoiling? Potatoes don't spoil. Really? See, I didn't even know that about potatoes. I thought they did. Don't they turn green? Yeah, don't they like turn green and like start growing shit on them? They grow sprouts. I thought if potatoes grow green, you're not supposed to eat them because they'll make you sick. And heat may make them rot.
I'll sub like next week. Like
A
next week.
subscription,
Why?
Skull
Can get
Bash
your
Hero.
for $4.99 today.
Thank you for the 42 months of your tier 1 subscription. Skull Bash Hero. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ripe potatoes don't make you sick unless you eat too much. Raw potatoes with salt was a delicacy in my childhood. Green potatoes are unripe though and very much poisonous, slightly. Oh, I see. Unripe potatoes are green and slightly poisonous. Got it. How long do potatoes last? Do potatoes go bad? When it comes to storage, the best temperature for potatoes is approximately 45 Fahrenheit to 50 Fahrenheit. That means that the fridge is too cold and room temperature is too warm. So unless you happen to have an unheated basement or another place that maintains such temperature, you need to choose one of the imperfect options. At some point, potatoes will start to sprout. That's okay, it's not a sign of the potatoes going bad. All you need to do is cut off the sprouts before cooking and you're good to go. Same applies to sweet potatoes. Never. It's because of that in so many places online you can read that you should never place potatoes in the fridge. If you live in a hot climate, potatoes won't last long in the pantry. No matter if you store potatoes at room temperature in the fridge, make sure you check them once a week and remove the bad ones. How long do potatoes last? Potatoes, like garlic and onions, have quite a long shelf life. If you store them at ideal conditions, they should last easily for over a month, if not more, at room temperature. They last about 2 weeks, and a week or two or more in the fridge. When it comes to cooked potatoes, they usually retain relatively good quality 3 to 5 days in the fridge. So there you go. Sure sign the potato has started to spoil is that the spuds begin to dry out and shrink or become mushy. A strong, sour, or musty smell may accompany soft potatoes and certainly indicate spoilage. Mold spots. Potatoes can last for 2 years? Well, not here. Not in America, they don't. In America, they last 4 weeks. Here, stored at room temperature, you have 1 or 2 weeks before potatoes start sprouting or deteriorate in quality. However, if you can provide the ideal storage environment as outlined in our storage section, you might find your potatoes lasting 2 to 3 months or more. What's up, Scooby? This is Gardening Channel. Listen. The Idaho Potato Commission advised that in specially controlled storage, which most people don't have, but if you do have specially controlled storage, potatoes can be stored for around 1 year. So listen, if you disagree or you got another idea, fucking take it up with the Idaho fucking Potato Commission. For the rest of us, keep your potatoes in your fridge for 4 weeks max. Or until they start getting funky. What's up, Scooby? Skullbash, dude, you missed it, man. We were going over the reviews for the Morbius movie. Apparently the movie's fucking terrible. Break out the potato flags. We're marching to Idaho. You know, I don't think I've ever stepped foot in Idaho. Yeah, for potatoes to last that long, you need to have a root cellar. And hey, listen, if you've got a root cellar, good on you, man. That's dope. Enjoy your 3-year-old potatoes. That's saving money, saving potato money. I.e. old-time basement cellar that's dark and cool. What's in the basement? My root vegetables. My root veggies. Yeah, no, Skullbash. The critics just they shat all over the movie, man. And it wasn't even like it wasn't like, first I was like, here we go, critics are shitting on a movie that they don't like. It's just another, how many times have you seen critics just crap all over a superhero movie because, some weird ideological bend they have. Not enough women, too violent. Batman, dude, there were some reviewers that were like, why isn't Batman smiling? Why is this movie so dark? In that case you're like, shut the fuck up. But it wasn't that. It wasn't that it was too dark or Morbius wasn't smiling. It was just apparently a really terribly written movie. Apparently the special effects are bad. The plot is non-existent. Did you watch Batman? I did watch Batman. I loved it. I thought it was great. Even my concrete block apartment has a root cellar. My concrete block apartment does not have a root cellar. Actually, none of the apartments I've lived in have had a root cellar. I haven't been to a house without a root cellar. Where do you live? Is that a common thing where you're at? Hey, the war phase. Oh, it's a bot. Get out of here, bot. Hey, thank you. Thank you, Yoji. Yoji in here slapping the shit out of bots. I also love the Batman. Wasn't planning on seeing Morbius. Might skip that one until DVD. DVD? Alright, how many of you guys have DVD players? Oh, I gotta know. If I gave you a DVD right now, how many of you could play it? It's like, yeah, I've got this DVD I want you to check out. I can. I have one in a cupboard. You've got a DVD player in a cupboard somewhere? I could. I have Blu-rays. I live in Finland. Winters are long and cold, so root cellars have been pretty much a requirement for survival. That's cool. Not that it's cold. Do you worry about your vitamin D because of the lack of sun? Or is it too much sun? I'll be honest, I don't know what the environment is like up there. Besides that, it's most likely cold because you're Scandinavian, unless I'm mistaken. If I remember, Finland is the balls of the cock that is Norway and Sweden. Right? So this is how everybody knows Scandinavia. The cock and balls, and the cum is Denmark. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, let me show you. This is literally how I this is how I learned the Scandinavian countries. Here we go. Here, look. You see this one on the left? You see this? Here, let me highlight it for you. There it is. So, the balls, that's Finland. The left side of the cock, I believe that's Norway. The right side of the cock, Sweden. And the cum is Denmark. Easiest way to remember, gang. When you think Finland, think gonads. Land around the world, and especially the US, is varied. So the land below the home, so some homes in various regions can't have cellars or basements. Like in Florida, right? In Florida, nobody's got a basement, I'm told. In California, I believe also nobody's got a basement. Or so I'm told. Or next to nobody. Before the advent of refrigeration, veggies would be kept in damp sand. During winter, there's like an hour or 3 of sunlight. During winter, the sun doesn't set during the summer. Some old school Japanese restaurants still do the damp sand thing. Finland is rated the happiest country in the world. Correct, because the sad people keep killing themselves. Is that true? What's the suicide rate like over there? The Romans took it even further, using 2 earthenware jars, one inside the other with wet sand in between, which causes a cooling effect. One of the earliest fridges. Amazing. Genius. Florida, the ground is soft and the water makes everything hard to build. That's why so much concrete is used to build in Florida. Oof. Yoji, when's that place gonna finally sink? And you know what? All the Floridian towns that eventually end up in the ocean, good riddance, right? Garbage places anyway. You won't be missed. And you might be like, damn, D. Nicole, that's a little harsh. It's not. Because Florida is the only place in America where when you say the term Florida man, when I say the term Florida man, everyone knows what I'm talking about. When I say Florida man did this, insert thing here, you know it's going to be freaky and weird and bad. Or legal. Yeah, there's no other state. No other state is like, oh, Wyoming man. Idaho man. Suicide rate in Finland is currently 1530. Is that good or bad? Do we like that or no? I hope the Earth gets hit by a meteor. How big a meteor, dude? Are we talking full Armageddon, or are we just talking to like one area of the planet just gets decimated? Yeah, are we talking extinction level event, Yoji, or just, Well, dude, I did hear somewhere that if one of those solar flares ever hits us hard enough, our entire electrical grid will go down. It will basically be sent to back to the Dark Ages. That's what I heard. I don't know if it's true or not. Seems to be pretty high overall. Do we have a bet? Anybody want to take a bet on most suicidal countries? That's pretty dark. Damn, I've got to fix the focal range of my camera. Because I'm mostly drawing like here, but the focus is back here, so I got to tighten it up. I should probably do that now. All right. There we go. Looking from data, Finland is the 26th highest in the rate. Japan, says Keiji. Joji says, the world has gone too long without any major wars. Also, most empires haven't lasted this long. We're long due for an overhaul. Big enough to wipe out most of humanity, but leave most of the animals and the environment livable. Not a high chance of it, but I feel like humanity's on a downward spiral. Korea is probably the highest. Japan is higher, yes. Japan is like second. Korea is very high too. Korea, wow. I bet Japan is up there. I bet, god damn it. Oh, never mind, it wasn't ranked like that on the data point. Who's number one? Who's got it? I'm just gonna type it. Numero uno. Uaside say. Don't want to say the full word because, you know, YouTube. Imagine they gave you like a BuzzFeed like listicle. It's like 10 hottest places in America to delete yourself. Here are 5 must-see, last-see destinations. It's like, feel like going out like Anthony Bourdain? Well, this Parisian hotel is right up your alley. God, it's so fucking dark. Korea is so bad they put up the barriers to the subway cars. Too many people jumping in front of the rails. Apparently Greenland is up there. Really? I wonder if it's the weather. Alright, World Population Review. Rankings by, we'll call it personal, I don't even know. Personal deletion, we'll call it. Countries with the highest deletion rates, self-deletion rates. In 2019, the 10 countries with the highest self-deletion rates per 100,000 people were... Man, I don't know any of these countries. Like, who knows Lesotho? Lesotho, Guyana... Eswatini. Oh, South Korea. Wow, fuck, South Korea is 4th. Kiribati. Kiribati is where, I believe Kiribati is the first, little fun fact about Kiribati. Kiribati is where events happen first in the world. So Kiribati timeline, if it's 8 p.m. here, if it's 8 p.m. Thursday night here, it means like it's over there, it's probably like almost Saturday or something. Let's see. Kiribati time. It's 12 p.m. Friday. Yeah, so it's already afternoon Friday over there. So they're like way ahead. Anyway, that's the Federated States of Micronesia, Lithuania. Suriname. Russia. Oh boy. I wonder if that's gone up. South Africa. Wow. The only Western European nation with an exceptionally high self-deletion rate is Belgium. Belgium? I wonder if it's the French side or the fucking, you know, the fucking Dutch speaking, the Flemish speaking side. Belgium, which ranks at number 11. However, it is worth noting that Belgium has some of the world's most liberal laws on doctor-assisted self-deletion. All right, let's see lowest countries. Antigua and Barbuda, Barbados, Grenada, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Names I can't pronounce. Sao Tome, Jordan, Syria, Venezuela. Wow, wow, you'd assume the Venezuelans would just be like, enough is enough. Honduras and the Philippines. Wow. According to the World Health Organization, the self-deletion rate in South Korea is the 4th highest in the world. One factor on its high self-deletion rate is among the elderly. Traditionally, children have been expected to care for their aging parents. However, because this system has mostly disappeared in the 21st century, many older adults remove themselves from this earth rather than feel like they are a financial burden on their families. In addition to the elderly, students have a higher than average rate, at least partially because they feel high levels of pressure to exceed academically. When they do not achieve their goals, they may feel like they have dishonored their families. Alcohol use, sleep deprivation, sleep deprivation, stress, and poor social relationships can put students at an increased risk of self-deletion. One of the most common methods of committing self-deletion in South Korea is poisoning via carbon monoxide. Additionally, many choose to jump off a bridge. In Seoul, the Mapo Bridge has earned the nickname the Bridge of Death because of how many people jump off it. We have a Bridge of Death here. Guys, anybody want to know in America the go-to destination if you want to jump off of a bridge forever? Anybody want to guess? 5, 4, 3, 2. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it is the Golden Gate Bridge. Scooby's got it right. Scooby, hey, you got it, baby. Hey, Scooby, pat yourself on the cock. You did it, baby. The government of South Korea is making efforts to curb this epidemic. It strives to increase mental health care access, a necessity as 90% of victims in South Korea may have a diagnosable and treatable mental health condition. It is also providing education to community leaders to help prevent self-deletion at a local level. To which Yoji laughs. Ha ha ha! Yoji looks at these rates and says, good riddance. Yoji says, good riddance. Let them decrease the surplus population. Brownie points over anybody who catches that reference. The Mapo Bridge, which is famous for people jumping off, is next to where my uncle lived. I used to go by there a lot. Did you ever catch anybody, Yoj? Baby Yoji, dude, with a little red balloon. His cute little Korean outfit. Just watching people. Just licking a lollipop and watch people just hop off a bridge. I think there was a bridge in Korea where the folks try to reduce the rates by putting pictures of happy people on the bridge, but only increase the rate. Tell me that's true. Snow Rip. Asians are not good about talking about mental health issues. Why do you think that is, Yoj? I want a global culling. I don't want Koreans to off themselves. I wish some of those people got help. Listen, man. Never forget the Dave Chappelle joke. And it's not even a joke, it's just a observational fact, but he was talking specifically about Anthony Bourdain, who was, you know, a renowned chef, a creator, world traveler, a man with depth, who had it just about as awesome as a life as you could ask for. And with his millions of dollars and notoriety and fame and prestige, decided to hang himself in a beautiful, luxurious Parisian suite. So again, you could have it all, and that could still not be enough. It's like the thing that people say, no matter how many times you move, your problems will always follow you, because, well, it's pretty obvious. So I guess it doesn't matter how many Parisian hotels you're in or how high that bank account goes. None of it truly matters. Not if there's something broken inside. There's a documentary, yes, it's called, I believe it's called The Bridge, if I remember correctly. I watched it, it came out in the early 2000s. I watched it when I was on the younger side, and I remember laughing at it. Because I was in my early 20s or younger teens, and I was quite brazen. I read it on the internet, so maybe I hope it's true because it's hilarious. By the way, what app are you using, Mike? I'm using Procreate, baby. Money and shit doesn't necessarily make you happy. Some of it is an imbalance in the brain and genetic. Also, unless you're Bezos or Elon rich, million or billion isn't enough to prevent someone from ending it. No one knows the struggle people go through and hide. Not everyone's demons are on the surface. Sure, look at Robin Williams, man. Another perfect example of a person who, listen, perhaps his career wasn't as, perhaps his, Hollywood success wasn't like it was in the 90s, but he was still who he was. Wasn't in the poorhouse. And yet, but also he was, there was other stuff going on there too. I believe he was also diagnosed with a degenerative neurological condition. So I think that also played into it as well. But, you never would have known, right? Yeah, what about the people who don't intentionally, quote unquote, decide to self-delete, but that's, but they end up doing it accidentally? Like a Belushi or a Chris Farley. Or even, Hendrix. Where it might not have necessarily technically been self-deletion per se, but that level of self-destruction was generally, really only going to end one way. Hey Yoji, do you think that might ever change with Asian people? Not to, not to group an entire group of people together, but when it comes to talking about mental health and your own personal issues with it. Hey, Justin Hall. No, it's deeply ingrained. Problem is, especially the Korea, Japanese, Chinese area. What do you think it is, Yoji? Yeah, listen, man, because sometimes you need help. And sometimes you just can't. There are some issues that you just can't push through. Sometimes there's no amount of, quote unquote, manning up that you can do that will fix things. I'd blame stupid Confucianism, maybe the overall culture. That's their culture. Blaze says politeness and pretense. Crucible Knight is dead. Which one, Bale? Which one? Social pressure, work culture, family-centered views. They also look at people seeking mental help as broken. I mean, you know what? And to be honest, they're not wrong per se, right? But it's looking at someone being broken. It's mean that you're not well. That's like there's degrees, right? So what I mean, like, I'll take for example this, right? If you break your arm or your leg or whatever, if you fracture a bone, I mean, technically you're literally broken. But you need help, right? Like, you need a cast, you need to seek medical treatment. You might need to take some antibiotics or some other medication. If it's some kind of neurological damage, you might need something for inflammation, whatever. What I'm saying is, if you harm your body needs to mend to repair itself. You need help. You are not whole, but you're going to get there eventually. Sometimes mental illness is not all that dissimilar. You need a hand. Not saying you need to be on, Lexapro your entire life, but maybe for a little bit, right? Maybe you don't need to be on benzos forever, but maybe you just need a little help for a moment. Just while you because you've been treading water for so long, you just need to get to a good place. Or maybe you just need some therapy. Maybe you just need somebody to talk to. Maybe that's all you need. Maybe you just need some diet, some exercise, some therapy, some vitamin D, whatever it might be. But isn't it interesting how, if somebody broke their arm, and there was some guy saying, "Man up, what are you, weak? What are you, broken?" Right? You'd look at that guy and say, "What are you, fucking asshole? This person needs stitches and medical attention, right?" Right? Right? Most of us would be like, "Are you a fucking lunatic? This person needs to seek medical help." But when it comes to mental health issues, especially with dudes, and especially in certain communities, when it comes to that stuff, saying that you hurt yourself and you need help, but because it's mental illness, but if you're sick and you need help, I don't think it should be looked at any differently from where you've got an illness and you need to be admitted, or you need professional help, right? It sucks that there's such a stigma there, where there really shouldn't be. I like that Yoji's like, stupid Confucianism. Actually, I am wildly unfamiliar with the Confucianist belief system. What do What do you randos know? I'm Asian. So unless you come from it, some of the stuff you're saying is wrong. Scotland has a lot of problems like that. Hence, its insane alcohol consumption and lower life expectancy. Yeah, man. Listen. There are lots of cultures where there's rampant alcoholism. I heard, you know, I don't know this firsthand, but I've heard in Japan, there is a culture of alcoholism there that's just kind of swept under the rug and considered just part of the culture, the overall culture. But you know, as a person who's suffered with alcoholism for his adult life, I will say that for me, I use it as a, I don't know if you want to call it treatment, as a way to self-medicate. It was easier to hide from my own thoughts in a bottle than it was dealing with any of my issues. And you know what? It doesn't help. It truly only makes things worse. Finland? Alcoholism? Nah, impossible. No alcohol here. Chugs vodka. The first one near the first castle. Ah. So wait. So are you talking about, Bale, are you talking about the Crucible Knight that you fight in the Everjail? In Limgrave? Or are you talking about the Tree Sentinel? And yeah, baby, we're talking Elden Ring. It's a joke at the expense of this stereotype. I'm actually one of the anomalies who's completely sober. Yeah, that retard. The Everjail one with the dragon tail bullshit. Ooh man, I almost left a salty comment on a YouTube channel yesterday because I was watching a YouTuber. And this dude was talking about how in one breath the guy was like, there is a toxic part of the FromSoft community that's a minority, but they're a loud minority, and they gatekeep the game, and you know, have got weird ideas in regards to what it means to play a FromSoft game and the best way to play it, yada yada yada. And then this dude, which I'm like, okay, great, yeah, shit, we're on the same page. And then this dude turns around and is like, he's like, but I gotta say, he's like, the best way to play this game, the best way to get the most value out of the game is not cheesing bosses, and not looking at any walkthrough guides in the game and just playing the game as it is. And I'm like, dude, you don't get to fucking, I'm like, dude, you don't get to say that, oh, From Software has got a group of its community that's gatekeeping about yelling at people how to play the game, and that's wrong, and then immediately turn around and tell people how they should be playing the game in order to get its best value. And then he clarified what he meant by cheesing bosses. And then I'm like, what does he mean by cheesing bosses? And he means not using the game mechanics in the way in which it was meant to be played, which I interpreted as glitching or exploiting the game, right? Like kind of like, you know, like hiding inside a wall or something so that you could like long range shoot a boss or something like that. Which I'm like, that's fair, right? you probably would get more enjoyment out of the game if you engage with the boss per the game's just regular rules. But then he clarified even further, and he's like, "Oh no, not. I don't mean just exploiting the boss. I mean cheesing the boss, as in making overpowered builds and fighting the boss like that." And I'm like, "Hold the fuck on, dude." I'm like, "You're talking about listen, exploiting the game or modifying the game files, or more or less cheating or glitching in a game to win. For me, that would bring less enjoyment for me. However, if that's how you choose to enjoy the game, go nuts. I don't care how you play the game that you probably bought, unless you're bailing, you stole the game like a thief, like a dirty thief in the night. But if you're one of me, a good person who bought the game with his own money, no, I'm kidding, with John and Moore's money. But seriously, I don't care how you play the game, nor should you, because we always go back to this phrase: what I eat doesn't make you shit, and vice versa. But I gotta put my foot down when a guy's like, "You're gonna play an overpowered build," but like that's what he's gonna call cheesing the boss, dude. An overpowered build. An overpowered build is just a catchphrase that people say. It's just min-maxing your stats in order to make yourself powerful. And which is by the way how I played the game. I got Elden Ring and thought I would have a good time over leveling a bit, so making myself a little bit more powerful than I would be playing the game by farming, and then doing an intelligence build mage that would fucking churn out a ton of damage if I apply the right buffs and the right spells and the right talismans, and I spec into the right levels, that I would become essentially a glass cannon. And that's what I did, and it's been so much fun. And by the way, it's Elden Ring, so I'm by no means like some fucking god running around the game. I definitely get my shit fucked up all the time. If I come across a pack of too many rats in the sewers, I'll get fucked up and have to flee. That happened to me last night. Listen, I could deal with a few mobs, but the game is hard. The game is not a cakewalk. Even if you try to give yourself every advantage, it's still a tough game. But nah, man, I hate this. Like, I hate the mentality of shaming and bullying people into playing the game the way you think it needs to be played in order for you to enjoy it. Dude, that's like me telling you how you should be eating your food. It's like, oh yeah, really? You're gonna eat a pizza like that? You're just gonna eat it flat like that? With two hands? You're not gonna do it the way you're supposed to do it, which is folded in half? Shh, this guy's not gonna fold his pizza in half? What a bitch. You call that eating pizza? Who gives a fuck, man? Maybe you want to go crust first, like a fucking animal, like I've done in the past. Hell, maybe you're one of those crazy people who wants to eat with a knife and fork. Now, I wouldn't eat pizza with a knife and fork, unless you're talking about Chicago pizza, which shouldn't be considered pizza. That's a literal casserole in a dish. You want to know if it's pizza? Can you hold it up by the slice in one hand and eat it? If you can't, that's not pizza. That's a fucking casserole. Anyway. Why do people care about how people enjoy their games, right? I'm gonna be honest, I like facing bosses head on with a greatsword, which is fine. Like, if you want to do a strength build or a dex build or a bleed build, or you want to be a mage or whatever it might be. Who cares, man? Maybe you want to be a poison build. Why do people care about how people enjoy their games? Elitism. They're trying to validate their struggles, or people who got an easy win. Ken say, I used to be an elitist once. There were people who left Bloodborne unpatched because leaving it running overnight would make the memory fill up and the bosses move extremely slow. If they were elite and really any good, they'd be playing and beating Ninja Gaiden on the NES. I'm the dude who went till level 314. Dude, I'm level 220 in Elden Ring. So, but again, the game is still hard as shit. I'm gonna leave it sarcastically nowadays for the most part. Feelings heat up from time to time, but for the most part, hardly anyone beat that game. So I could max out everything besides magic, since I wanted to Buster Blader Dark Knight Greatsword. I beat Ninja Gaiden Trilogy only by cheating. There are a ton of games on the NES that are damn near impossible to beat, unless any of those pussies could beat those hardest NES games. They aren't shit. Ninja Gaiden 3 locking out of unlimited continues was a dick move. Imagine having a 99 vitality. I've got 60 vitality. Wait, now you're trying to define what I'll call pizza? Vitality, increased carry weight. Lobster can throw hands. I'm talking about Dark Souls 3, though. Can't run Elden Ring. You'd like Elden Ring. But listen, man, everybody's a little nuts when it comes to Elden Ring. There are dudes on the internet who swear up and down that you're not playing the game right if you're using the summons feature. So I don't know if it's what it's like in Dark Souls or Bloodborne or Sekiro, because this is my first FromSoft game. But in certain areas of the map, as Bale knows, in certain areas of the map, you can summon a spirit ash to come help you fight. It's like having an NPC there that lends you a helping hand with bosses or mobs. And FromSoft clearly put it in their game for you to use. And yet, there is a group of people who swear up and down that if you're using the summons, which is, again, an in-game addition meant to be used. You know, FromSoft put it there. It's not available everywhere. You can't call them. You can't call the spirit summons whenever you want. Only in very specific areas of the map are you allowed to do this. But yeah, no, the lunatic wing of the FromSoft community just going on tirades. You're using summons. Way to ruin your game. It's like, you fucking asshole. The only legit complaint when they complain to the devs to not make difficult games because they are too difficult. If you can't hack it at that level, don't root it for those who can. I mean, I try not to use summons so I feel more badass to solo bosses with my no armor greatsword, broken damage glass cannon. Since I can't be boss unless I can perfectly outplay it with my build. Listen, like I said, listen. Play however you like. Sometimes I've got a mage who's a glass cannon. And sometimes I can really slap the shit out of a boss with my magic. And other times, the boss, just the way the boss is built, it is basically anti-mage. It is an anti-mage boss, and your boy is screwed. You know, there's some dragons, there are some worm creatures. Listen, FromSoft knows what it's doing. You know, they built these mechanics knowing the various builds that players would gravitate to in the game, and they made their bosses accordingly. For example, I fought one of the hardest bosses in the game Melania. And it took me the better part of 2 hours to beat her. Which, you know, might not sound like much to a layman, or even to a diehard Souls person. But to me, that was a fuckload of time. You know what it was? Here was the deal. I couldn't cheese her with magic. She moved so damn fast. She moves so damn fast in the game. By the time I'm casting and launching magic, she is on my ass, just slapping me up with her sword and her like various attacks. It was wild. It took me a long time to get down her patterns, figure out her moveset, realize like how I could like avoid her attacks, give myself enough time and distance to use my magic attacks, block her shit. It was tricky. She definitely earns the title of hardest boss in the game, an optional boss. Took my friend Earthbound. Took him I think it took him like a couple days to beat her. With help. I think he had his friends join in. And then I think he said eventually he got good enough to beat her solo. I've seen Elden Ring bosses. They are harder than the DS ones, so you don't have to take flack from other old game scrubs. All FromSoft bosses are designed in a way that some of them are easy to beat if you figure out their quirk. Not all bosses, some are just quote-unquote fair. Well, not fair, but you know. Maria of the Clock Tower and the Orphan of Kos come to mind from Bloodborne. Some of the most fun bosses I've matched against ever against. Try fighting Fatalis in Monster Hunter. It one-shots you. You fight it for 39 minutes. 30's time's up. Fail. Barely beat it at 29 minutes. I've only fought Fatalis in Monster Hunter World, I'm afraid. Took me 2 days to kill it with an OP sword. It's a badass black dragon boss. World Fatalis was hella fun though, even if it has its gimmicks. It breathes out river of lava. Hey Bale, how long did it take you to beat the Crucible Knight? There's one optional boss in an Everjail. So there's this group of assassins in Elden Ring. It's all in the lore. And you know, I'm not spoiling anything. But this group of assassins, they're called Black Knives. They have invisibility cloaks. And unless you have a special torch, they will literally run up on you and stab you in the back without you knowing where the hell they came from. It's fucking terrifying. They're only generally in one area of the map, so it's not too bad. It's not too infuriating. But the the ruler of the Black Knife group is a gal known as the Black Knife Tish. And you have to, in order to get her as one of your summons, one of your Spirit Ash summons that you can call to help you in a boss fight, in order to get her, you have to, in order to get hers, you have to beat her. And she is one of the hardest bosses. She was one of the hardest bosses I've ever had to fight. Actually, the only boss so far that I literally had to essentially put my staff down, take my shield out, and go in there old school, sword and shield, and fight her. Fighting its solo greatsword is insane. How hard? What's the difference in difficulty levels between Monster Hunter and From Soft games and Monster Hunter? In Monster Hunter World, you don't just beat a boss in 5 minutes. All monsters are bosses, basically. And how long does a boss battle take? You said it took you 30 minutes? That's a fucking enormous amount of time, baby. Depends on the monster. 10 to 30 minutes is happy average with unoptimized set. Damn, dude. That is a fuckload of time. Yo, Bale, what's your build right now? What's your Elden Ring build? It's a tough battle. Other monsters, they aren't as dangerous. It's a tough battle. You know, dude, I was curious about playing Monster Hunter. But then I asked a friend of mine. I said, hey, do they have magic? Are there any magic classes in Monster Hunter? Because that's usually the build I'll do. Love being a caster class. It's one of my favorites. You know, it doesn't matter if it's D&D or whatever. And then I was quite disheartened to hear that there are no magic caster classes in Monster Hunter. The difference is, in FromSoft, it's a boss arena and the fights are fast and visceral. Monster Hunter fights take time because part of it's finding, tracking, running after an actual fighting. Dual katanas. Nice. Oh, Bill, did you do that dude Yurbas? Did you do that dude Yurbas or Yuba? Did you do his quest? There's guns, there's magic bugs, there's bows, there's elemental damage. It's so funny that there's no magic, but there's guns. Haven't progressed much. I'm basically just running around tonight. And also, I wanted to slaughter the Crucible Knight.
Bang, bang, you're the best.
Hey, little meow. I wanted to slaughter the Crucible. Bill, wait, what does the Crucible Knight give you when you slaughter him? I forget. It's been a while. I fought that dude when I first started, and I'm now at like 110 hours in. Monsters are really what keep me playing. They're so different and interesting. You make all the weapons in Monster Hunter from the monsters you kill. Sweet, so how do you make a gun off of a dragon? What, do you shoot him with dragon scale? Crucible guy gives you the tailspin. Is that the incantation that turns you into your ass into a dragon? Man, I would love to run incantations, but I don't have enough faith, dude. Some of those incantations you need like fucking 28 faith. It's for some of them, some of the good ones. I'd log on to Monster Hunter to show you. You take the skull of the monster, stick it in a pipe, and boom, go. It's the swipe one, I think. I can't use it. Is it also because it's a faith build and I'm assuming since you're running dual swords, you're doing a you're putting your points mostly in I guess endurance and dex? Strength, dex, and endurance, I'm assuming would be. Monster Hunter has environmental magic and alchemy. And endemic magic? Currently I'm putting points into faith and arcane so I can use bloodfire. Oh. Dude, apparently arcane builds are currently the strongest, near almost broken builds in the game. So like use the Rivers of Blood katana apparently is one of the like apparently if you're using a bleed build and like an arcane bleed build with Rivers of Blood and Eleanor's whatever, which I can't even get by the way because I progressed too far, which sucks. There's a couple of things that once you get to a certain area of the map, just a ton of quests and bosses and things, you get locked out. Armors have magical powers from monsters, and you have weapons that each have their own monster hunting techniques. Wait, so can I just show up to Monster Hunter with a gun and just shoot at dragons? Yes. Alright, that's fucking cool. Now that I'd be down for. Yeah, I would love to shoot a dragon in the face. If you made that gun from a sturdy enough bone, it can contain the recoil. Well, now I'm curious, are gun builds popular in Monster Hunter world? Like if you're in a party and somebody shows up with a giant gun, or you're like, boo. Guns are OP. Guns are OP. Oh, that's hilarious. Everything is OP. Dude, that's what people say about... Dude, that's exactly what people say about Elden Ring. There are certain builds in Elden Ring where it's really remarkable the amount of damage output you can do. But it's not just one... It's not like one particular build. It's like a handful of really, really strong builds. You can also mod everything. There's no level grind. I have a tank gun build in Monster Hunter where I could just sit and right click in between attacks. Both heavy blowgun and light blowgun have their strong points. LBG are mobile and a burst fire, whereas HBG are slow and cumbersome but hit far more and have an artillery options. You get everything being needed skills from armors.
Bang, bang, you're the best.
It's just space. Thank you for the follow. Because there's no levels or anything in that, and people have taken to naked hunts as a challenge. I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm a fan of levels. It's one of my favorite parts of Elden Ring. Has been grinding, level grinding. Well, you know, because there's a purpose to it, right? How you doing? Hello, it's just space. Thanks for the chill art content. It's just space. How may I ask how you found this channel? You do research. There's grinding. Nice. Don't mind me, I'm just doing a little bit of practice. But not your status bar, but you upgrade the equipment, which gives you stats. So it's an equipment grind, not a level grind. So a little different. The grind in hunting monsters to make weapons and armor to hunt for stronger monsters to make repeat. Browsing the art channels, I'm always drawn to anyone using Procreate, but also the style you have at the moment. Well here, you're watching me sketch right now. Let me show you the last couple. This one is kind of a piece I did in a more animation kind of style. Single pen line weight. Mostly just... yeah, some very light coloring. But here's something I did over the last couple days that's way more rendered. You have a hunter rank, you can increase that. It sometimes gates you from certain fights. It's very cool, yes. Line weight is what I'm working on. Here's another one. Here's one of those very rendered. This is Ronnie the Witch from Elden Ring. I mainly do line art, stippling, hatching. Stippling and hatching is dope. Here's something that's more manga style, I'd say. This is from my friend Eric Canetti's it's my friend Eric Canetti, his character, known as Heavy Gun Havoc. He literally has a heavy gun. It's firing. Good night, Snow Rip. Manga style is very cool. I've never been good with that though. Well, this is like a manga hybrid. You have an awesome style of your art. Thank you. I gotta finish this one. Maybe I'll finish this one tonight. This is, you know, everybody's favorite mech gal. Meteoroid. Seamus. No, I'm kidding. Sam's. Oh, here's a My Hero Academia one. Also done deliberately with very, very deliberate thin lines. And Samus finally sees art of her face. Right? You know, it's so funny. You know, as a person who draws very booby images, I didn't go booby with Samus. Here's another manga style one. I do say I love the singular line style. It still freaks me the fuck out, but I do like it. It's so different to my normal art style, which is this. Very sketchy. Yo, Tua, what's up, baby? What's up, baby? I like sketchy art. I feel you, I'm just a sketcher. Too woke. I found a couple of clips that I shared too woke. Oh, too woke, dude, those prints came out. Ooh, I'm gonna try to ship them out tomorrow. Too woke ordered some prints. Came out great. Matter of fact, I'll show you guys.
I'm shocked I didn't fucking just nut all over the fucking couch, dog. Like,
it literally took me like 2 or 3 days to get the computer in working order, or the printer rather. Here we go. Here is print number 1. It looks a little weird in the camera. Here's another one. Look at those colors, man. Vibrant, baby. Ooh, baby. Ooh, hachi machi. It looks more vibrant than this in real life. The camera is deliberately duller. Like my skin tone is like a grayish brown, which is not my skin tone.
Me so horny.
Just so you kind of see, again, not that dark. But even then the colors still pop, baby. Pop, pop. Pop, pop. Baby.
Yeah, that's a cum shot.
You get those out of sight, away from. Baby. Hey, Bale, how far are you on Ronnie's quest line? Bale, Ronnie, Bale, Ronnie. Thank you, thank you. I don't generally color. Color is not... I used to say coloring is not my strong suit. And it's not... It's definitely not... Coloring isn't necessarily my... It's not my forte, per se. But it's nothing that I'm... Like, my colors are fine. Like, I wouldn't go out there and be a colorist. But when I'm coloring my own shit, it's adequate. Like I said, I wouldn't go out and attempt to be a colorist. I can color my shit okay enough. It's just not my fucking favorite. Like, my colors will do. They'll do in a pinch, but it just, I don't like coloring. I've come to that conclusion. Bernard Chang, I've come to that conclusion. I only like to color in certain circumstances. If I truly believe that adding color to an image that I'm drawing will enhance the image, I'm game. Like in this piece. Like this piece, I think color does well for it. I think when you remove all the color, it's okay. It's alright. It's not too bad. It's a nice sketch. But I think bringing it to a conclusion with the colors is a nice touch. But this sketch, for example, I don't think, for me, colors I don't think would add anything to this for myself. This one. This very deliberate manga style piece. I wouldn't want to see colors added to this. I'm not saying it's perfect as is and there's nothing I could do to make this better, obviously, of course. That's untrue. But you know, here's one that I did over the last couple days. In my opinion, I was very deliberate in choosing just one color, besides obviously black and white, for this piece. And I have absolutely zero interest in adding any additional color to it. I think it works perfectly fine as it is. You might have a differing opinion, but as far as my personal preferences are, black and white. Black and white, almost always. In the case of the Ronnie the Witch, I wouldn't even call this coloring, man. This is kind of a monotone. I literally just used this similar shade of blue throughout this whole piece. Because I did think the blue would be would be a very nice touch for this particular character, considering her character is a bluish tint, bluish white. Time I've talked to Best Girl is when she gave me my horror spell. Dude, Bernard, how was the stream the other night? How'd that go? The Dr. Doom is good. The Dr. Doom, yes. Yes, coloring the Dr. Doom was important. Bale actually major assist on that one from Bale who helped me color that one. But yes, some things in my opinion do not need color and work well black and white. I'm Hey Bernard Chang, are you playing Elden Ring, baby? All the cool kids are playing Elden Ring. Hey Bernard Chang, you missed it. Yoji was telling us why the suicide rate in South Korea is some of the highest in the entire world. Sorry we didn't get to chat much. We had on Dan Didio. Yeah, no, for sure. That's a big guess, man. No video games. Too buried in deadlines right now. Oh yeah? Why? Well, Yoji said in Korea, and he also lumped in parts of China and Japan. He said that it is culturally ingrained that men not speak openly of their mental health needs, which leads to those high rates. Well, at least that was my takeaway. I don't know if Yoji's still around. I don't know if old Yoji's still around to clarify. Yeah, that's true. It's not too dissimilar in Western nations, although I'd imagine it's gotten a lot better. I think the stigmas that were there for the generations that preceded us, you know, from the baby boomer generation and on, you know, further back, I think there was most definitely a heavy stigma for men and their mental health. And at least if I'm being an optimist, I like to think that it's dwindled, that stigma. Cultural stigma. Well, we call them snowflakes here, right? I think there's definitely still a bit of that false bravado, false machismo, the what do they call toxic masculinity. You know, that definitely still exists for sure in certain circles. But I think overall, mentally sound. Who's mentally sound? Not me. Definitely not me. I could benefit from some time spent with a therapist as much as the next guy. I thought Yoji was going to say it was due to the oversaturation of K-pop. That probably doesn't help. Or due to reading too much webtoons. Bernard, you ever read a webtoon? The only webtoon I read is my friend John Moore's webtoon. You know, years ago, I kind of went on a webtoon hunt, and I just kind of traversed the webtoonosphere just to see what's going on out there. And I gotta say, from an artistic standpoint, in regards to comic book and sequential art, the caliber of sequential art in the average webtoon series is, I don't want to say it's bad, but it leaves much to be desired, in my humble opinion. You know, versus the caliber of art that you might find in a DC, Marvel, Image comic, compared to what you might find in the average webtoon. And I don't know if it's because of the time constraint. I don't know if it has to do with the, you know, with the medium itself, because it's just read on a phone. There's almost so much, there's only so much you can do. I've browsed Redtoons, but don't follow any, mostly amateurs. It does seem like it is filled with mostly amateur work. Not all. You know, I think Sanford Green was a guy, and there was a handful of other artists who were professional comic book artists who decided to dip their little toesies in the webtoons pool and really make some prestigious art, sequential comic art on webtoon, and it looked great. Looked awesome. Webtoons is a free for all, so anyone and their pet turtle can upload. I've read stuff, have some daily chapters. No, but dude, I was looking at even at the the sanctioned webtoon stuff. So like the stuff that Webtoons tosses on the front page. Even that stuff, it seemed very quickly drawn, and that's what made me that's the part that made me wonder if it isn't because of, you know, just the medium itself, webtoon. Because John Amore has told me the amount of time that he gets to churn out, the amount of work that he has to in order to meet his deadlines, and it's fast, man. It might even be a little bit faster than when you break it down per panel. When you break it down per panel, like if you look at the average amount of panels on a comic book page and the amount of panels that John has to churn out every week for his series, the deadline is quick. Even some of the premium ones aren't what you'd call visually bombastic. Chinese artists are underrated. It's quick, but it's great still. Well, John puts a lot of work in his webtoon. I think I would go as far to say is that John's webtoon is one of the best on the entire platform. And he has, I'm not just saying this because he's my friend. What I'm saying is he's had to hone his art like a steel blade He's had to refine it and, you know, wield that metal. No, he's had to constantly tweak his process and find areas where he can, I don't want to say cut corners, because that there's an implication when I say cut corners that there's a lack of quality there, which isn't the case. But due to the lack of amount of time that he has to pick and choose where his hours go. So it can't be, yes, thank you, Bernard, to be more efficient. He's had to become very, very, very efficient in his use of time. Because whereas, you know, if I'm drawing something, I have all the time in the world, so I could add all manner of detail, even, one might argue, wildly unnecessary detail to my drawings. John can afford no such luxury. So he's had to really find the most efficient ways to create panels. So I think he even came up with brushes, specific digital brushes in Clip Studio Paint, where he could kind of like digitally brush in a crowd. I think he had a handful of, I think he made a few SketchUp backgrounds for himself. I think it was Google SketchUp. Is it Google SketchUp? Whatever. He 3D modeled a bunch of places where he knew his characters would be frequent. So like he sketched up parts of the school that they're in. He sketched up like, I don't know, some classrooms. I'm almost 100% sure that he used SketchUp to create the house in which his protagonist lives. And this was all, you know, this is all time-saving stuff, right? So it's just things like that. Hey Bernard, what was it like having Dan DiDio on? What did you guys talk about? Yo, did you guys hear Ezra Miller, the Flash? He apparently assaulted another person. If you guys didn't know this, Ezra Miller, last year or the year before, they said he was in, I think he was in Scandinavia somewhere, and he choked a woman out on the street. There's video of him choking a woman. You could find that somewhere. It's pretty funny. I don't think they press charges though. Can I jump on audio? I'm drawing right now too. Yeah, of course. Audio is always easier for sketching. Hello, Bernard Chang. Can you hear me okay? I can't hear you. I don't know if you're chatting or not. Hey. There you are. Now I hear you. Right now I can't hear you anymore. Oh man, I heard you for like a second. It's weird, weren't you using Discord just the other night? Wait, I heard something. Oh no. Oh, Bernard turned off his microphone and headset. Well, all right. I hope you sort that out, buddy. You know, it's weird. I don't know why the sketch is annoying me. Well, shit, now I wonder what Bernard's drawing. Bernard, any luck on the microphone?
What about now?
Hey, I hear you now.
Technology.
What happened? You're on Discord every stream, no?
Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes when I sign on, I change headsets and stuff, and it throws off the settings.
Oh, yeah, Discord does that. Yeah, well, sometimes if you plug in new audio, not even new audio, if you plug in audio stuff to your computer, even if it's a USB stuff, it'll throw your Discord audio off.
Yeah, I had I opened Discord and then I plugged in the microphone, and I think that kind of messed it up. And then I had the AirPods on, so.
Oh yeah. You're probably trying to figure out which one you want to use.
I feel like a caveman at times.
No, you've got a friendly voice. Anybody ever tell you that?
Oh, ooh la la.
Yeah, very very comforting, friendly.
This is my dating voice. Hi, good evening.
Oh man, dating.
So what were you asking? I didn't know.
Dan DiDio. He's a pretty big He's a pretty big comic name.
Yeah. It was just a surprise visit. One of the co-hosts on the regular show, Fletch Chufong. Fletch was a former DC executive as well. He was in charge of all their events. So whenever they would go to, whenever you see a DC Comics booth at a show, that's Fletch was in charge of all that.
Oh, that's so cool.
So he was visiting Dan in Florida, and they were going to a bunch of spring training games. So Dan surprised us by calling us as they were driving home after a game Tuesday.
That's awesome.
Yeah, impromptu, but cool. It's always interesting.
Did you ask him a lot of behind the scenes stuff?
A little bit. Mostly like a little bit about like inside stuff that happened. More about humor, not necessarily like we didn't get too controversial.
Sure.
Sean, who's the co-host, Sean Chen, is also a I guess I can say professional comic book artist.
Sure is.
He who you consider to be fatter in person or skinnier in person?
I thought he'd be fatter in person.
Oh, okay. Sean had read an article where Dan had at one point, they had asked Dan what he considered to be his greatest failure while he was at DC, like his biggest disappointment while he was at DC.
Right.
And Dan said it was this project called Salvation Run, and that was the book that Sean drew. So he had this. Sean had been carrying around this stigma about himself all these years, and so that was finally cleared up.
Wait, so what was the clearance? What was the?
Well, it wasn't that it was Sean's work. It was the book itself. Salvation Run was a book that came out. I want to say like 2010, 2011. I'm not sure, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
If your Jimbo's still on, he would know.
Yeah, he would.
And it was like a Secret Wars kind of book in that the base premise was that all the DC villains get teleported to this planet, and they have to fight each other to escape, one by one.
Oh, like a battle royale.
Yeah, pretty much. So it was like a huge crossover. I mean, huge miniseries. I think it was like 12 issues.
Wow.
8 or 12 issues, and it was massive in terms of like the amount of characters that Sean had to draw all at once.
I can't imagine.
When you're drawing a monthly book, it's a lot of times I've gotten offered team books.
Oof. Yeah.
Team books are really tough. Sometimes the readers don't think about it, but you have a larger base cast, and then a lot of times when you're drawing the scenes, you have to draw 3, 4, 5, 6 different characters talking.
Right. Oh my god. Yeah.
And so you have to fit all of them in the panels, and so it's just it's very arduous. Whereas if you're drawing a solo book like say Deadpool or Wonder Woman,
right,
as opposed to a team book like Teen Titans or Justice League, you're really just dealing with the main character, maybe one or two supporting characters, and a protagonist and an antagonist. So, um, not it's much easier isn't the right word, but it is much easier.
Less taxing for sure.
Yeah. And on a monthly schedule, even though that's a monthly series, that's a limited series, you have to, like you were talking earlier about John or Moore, there's an output that you have to produce in order to stay on track. So
Yeah.
you can very easily fall behind. Did John ever say how much like he has to produce a week, or
I think he has to
is that
do.
public knowledge, or is
Oof,
that
I think he's got to do 35 to 40 panels a week, something like that. What's the average panel on a comic book page?
about 5 to 6?
5 to 6, right?
Yeah, American superhero comic 5 to 6. If you're looking at manga, it's probably less, maybe
Yeah.
3 to 4.
Yeah. So his
And the manga pages are smaller.
right. So he's doing about. I remember the numbers. If you're doing like 5 panels per page, he's doing about 7 pages. So I think 35 panels a week is what he's at, which comes out to about, on average, about 7 pages American.
Yeah, five around. Yeah, so that's that's pretty much how much.
Yeah, he's coloring them too, which is the big thing.
Yeah.
And it's a.
Doesn't he have Why doesn't he get you to color it?
Oh man,
Since
my
you're talking
colors.
about colors
Yeah,
today.
he knows my colors are shit. So I want to hurt his butt. He doesn't want to lose his readership.
I mean, all of that is, and he's doing it everything himself. So that's a tremendous feat.
Yeah, it's pretty wild, man.
I mean, I don't get the opportunity to color a lot of my stuff. Mainly only covers when I get to do some covers.
Right.
The interior work. Um, but like when you're doing colors too, there's people that just do flats. So
Yeah, sure.
it speeds it up a little bit. But
How much does a
I don't know.
flatter make? Probably not much, right?
No, 10-15 bucks a page.
Yeah, it's got to be.
I mean, I think there are programs that will help you flat.
Oh wow, I
Basically,
didn't know that.
you're blocking in shapes.
Yeah.
Because ultimately, once it's flattened, the colorist would then take that and change the colors accordingly to their color specific palette. So there is still like a little bit more work. I mean, a good flatter, you can probably do a page in half an hour,
Yeah.
maybe
Wow.
less, depending on the page. Some pages are more complex, some more simpler.
Also the
And
artist too, right?
yeah, it depends on the artist. Depends on the book. So there's a lot of different varying factors. Like
of art that you'll make in regards to where the captions will be. You know, so like the fundamentals, the bones are the same. It's just, you know, there are certain tweaks.
Right. Yeah. Where's Bale? Isn't Bale usually on Thursdays?
Bale is
Where is
currently.
he? I know he's on Fridays.
Bale is currently playing Elden Ring.
In jail.
Jail. That would make sense. Later, Blaze. Yeah,
See you later, Blaze.
he's playing Elden Ring.
Oh. What is that? It's a video game. Seems like all the cool kids are playing it.
Yeah, I've been playing it. It is something else, man. It is so fun. Jeez, I haven't played a game that fun in a
What is
while. The premise is your character is essentially trying to become the Elden Lord, which is, you know, ruler of a realm.
Mm-hmm.
But it's because the current people in charge have kind of failed the realm. So you're going to
Okay.
so you're there to kind of set things right, or set things wrong, right? Because it is kind of a, you know, it's not a choose your own adventure, but you know what it means to be the Elden Lord depends on your character's choices. It's like I think you get 6 different endings, I believe, were found. Hey, can
So
you do a
there is
drawing on what's that? What's up?
Oh, go ahead.
No. Somebody asked on YouTube. B2 asks, "Can you do a drawing on Ibis paint?" I don't know what that is. Bernard, what were you gonna say?
I don't remember now.
Was about Elden Ring?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Oh, is there a preset? You said there's 6 different endings, so there's a preset storyline.
Yeah. There's in your quests, there are certain things that you're gonna do that will lead you to the end of the game. So it's like it's linear in the fact that there is a beginning, middle, and end of the game. But the path that you take, specifically your character will take to get there, varies because it is open world. So the kind of quests that you do and the characters that you interact with, and specifically how you interact with them, as well as the choices that you make in those quest lines, will determine the ending that you unlock or achieve.
Now, is there an online component where I can play against you in the same time,
Yeah,
or
there's
we can jump on together and quest together, or
what's up, Mr. Doodle? Welcome back. Yes, there are co-op. There is co-op functionality, so you and I could we could fight against each other, or you can help me along with certain quests, which I did. My friend Earthbound. Earthbound is a what do you call people from the Netherlands?
Norwegian?
No, he's Dutch. He's
Dutch.
He's a Dutch friend.
Right, Dutch.
But you know, it's because like, all right, you know, you've got Denmark, which are Danes, and then you got people from the Netherlands or Holland, and they're Dutch. So it's you know, it's like it's a bit of a mindfuck. But yes,
right.
He's my Dutch friend. He's great at the game, and he kind of took me under his wing. He took me under his wing when he was playing, which was he showed me the ropes because I'd never played one of these games before.
And what is good at the game? Like you know, like what is the particular skill set? Like you have to be fast with your fingers to push certain keys. You have to recognize certain things.
Yeah, no.
If you just play it long enough and you accumulate enough weaponry or supplies, is that?
It's kind of a hybrid of both. So these games from FromSoft games specifically, they are notorious in the gaming community for being difficult, and lots of games journalists have criticized FromSoft for making their games so hard that they are anti people with disabilities, because not everyone can play the games because of what you said. You know, you have to be fast, you have to memorize you have to enemy movements, you have to level up. So like there's all the things that you mentioned are kind of pivotal to the game. So achieving a certain level of your character, so like grinding, which isn't easy, that comes into play. Choosing a specific build for your character, strength, dexterity, yada yada yada, important. Achieving certain weapons, important, as well as, and even with all that, the game is still a certain level of difficulty, whereas you can't just kind of button mash. If you run into a boss just button mashing, you're most likely going to die quickly, and you'll find the game very frustrating and very difficult. So it's imperative that when you play this game, you play it with a learning mindset. And some people spend many hours of their time trying to memorize the various moves of the boss, which are many moves. The difficulty is pretty high in some of the bosses, and it's FromSoft's way of essentially telling you to buckle up and learn. So the game isn't for everyone, and critics have kind of attacked the creators, the developers, for that.
In comparison to like a Grand Theft Auto,
yes,
how what would be the difference between this and that?
Grand Theft Auto, who I think these days are also open world. That game, I would say, Grand Theft Auto specifically, is very user friendly, right? Like, and I think you might even have the option to change the difficulty mode on that from like easy, intermediate, and hard.
Right.
So yes, I would say damn near anybody could pick up a GTA game and have a good time with it and proceed throughout the story without much of a hiccup, with you know, relatively minimum difficulty. Whereas Elden Ring, that is very much not the case. This looks like Charlie D'Amelio. Thank you, I guess.
So you have to invest time and build skill.
Yes, you have to build. Your character needs to build specific skill sets, and you, the person, need to figure out how to play the game and on the game's level. Because especially if you're like me and from other games like GTA or Cyberpunk, this is they developed this game very differently. Yeah. What was the last video game you played?
Well, I mainly only play sports video games.
Oh.
So like Madden or NBA 2K.
No FIFA?
And even no FIFA. And even in that, I haven't played in a year. During the pandemic or the initial lockdown, I played a little bit.
Do you play with friends? Like Sean?
No. I used to, yeah. Like used to play like with buddies online, and that just became too much of a time suck.
Oh, sure. Oh, absolutely.
And I mean, it's fun. It's great. You know, it's great camaraderie, especially in college. I used to play a lot.
Oh, yeah.
But that was like Sega Genesis days. Like my first professional paycheck, I went and bought a 13-inch Sony TV. Actually, no, maybe it was a Samsung TV and a Sega Genesis system.
Would you get some NBA Jam?
And then NBA at the time, I don't remember if it was NBA 2K. NBA, I think it was the year, and then NHL '95 was the favorite game. And I'm not even like a huge hockey fan, but that was just so fun to play.
I think I played that one.
And so like all my buddies would come over and play.
There was that moment in the 90s where people were into hockey because of Gretzky.
Mm-hmm.
And then I remember as a New Yorker, when that year that the Rangers won the Stanley Cup, people started giving a fuck about hockey around here.
Yeah. No, it's big. I mean, it's big in different parts.
Right. Especially Canada.
Yeah. Even here in LA, I live right by the Staples Center. And the Kings they have their fan base. And there's also the Mighty Ducks.
Oh, right. I forgot about the Mighty Ducks.
Yeah, actually, I saw more hockey stuff once I moved out to LA than I did when I was in New York. And you'd figure like New York, Northeast, it's cold, there's snow.
Yeah.
But here there's ice rinks. It's actually a huge part of Southern California is hockey or skating. So.
Is this Charlie D'Amelio? No, it's not. It's not Charlie D'Amelio. That's hilarious though. Bernard, do you know who that is? Charlie D'Amelio?
No.
I envy you, friend.
Instagram model?
Worse. TikTok personality.
TikTok.
Right?
Oh.
Yeah, so we're talking so like Instagram is for old people, you know? No.
Yeah, Instagram, dude, it's been so your Instagram account you took off. You
I nuked it. Yeah.
Okay.
I was blacklisted, or not blacklisted, but shadow banned.
Okay.
For all the salacious things that I had posted, and naughty art stuff that I'd posted, and dirty.
Yeah,
memes
I got
posted.
shadow banned a couple of times.
What'd you do? Who'd you offend?
There was this filter that turns you into a female, and so I took I used that on me, so I turned myself into a woman, and then I posted it on the story with the poll, smash or pass.
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
And I think that got me shadow banned.
Man, it's pretty easy to tell. You could usually see behind the scenes if you look at your analytics, the audience interaction.
Mm-hmm.
And then once I violated the community guidelines more than once, my reach just took it like fell off a cliff, like just completely like gone.
I think I might be shadow banned right now.
I mean, well, that's the thing, right? They don't ever tell you.
Right. And I think anybody can just complain, and then they don't have the resources to validate anything.
Right. It's basically just a guess, but I mean, based on what I saw in my analytics, it looked pretty rough. Yeah, so I had like over 20,000 followers, and at max, maybe 3,000 of those people were seeing my art. Which is like, what is that? What does that come out to? Less than 1%? Something like that?
1%.
Yeah. A little bit more than 1%.
So TikTok is the place to be now?
TikTok is nothing to scoff at. I made the mistake. Oh yeah, Liz, thank you for reminding me to sit up straight, stretch. I made the foolhardy mistake of counting out TikTok and its usefulness for a person like me who posts content on social media as a way of growing their platform and community. How I had become, listen, I kind of took a snobbish, older millennial approach where I thought, stupid fad, nobody gives a shit about this Vine 2.0. It's going to crash just like Vine. Nobody cares about it. And now I had to eat my words, because it's done nothing but grow and grow and grow in popularity. And some of the people that I had kind of scoffed at for joining the platform early days, talking like 2019, 2020, they managed to grow immensely. Actually, a couple of gals I know, their follower base exploded to more than, I think one girl I know, she's got well over 1 million TikTok subscribers, followers, whatever. It's really remarkable.
Now, out of curiosity, from your perspective, like if you're doing that, is that the amount of followers, right? Is that potential people that would purchase products,
right?
Or is that a metric to generate earnings from the social media source itself? I mean, I'm sure it's probably a combination of both.
There
is
it
there
is.
a preference?
Well, I think.
Was there like a primary focus? Like, I need to get my numbers up so that when I have a... hold on.
Is there a fight going on? Is there a bird fight? Uh-oh. Bird fight. Do you need to break them up?
No, they're still going at it.
Oh man, what happened? What triggers a bird fight like that?
I don't know. They just get upset at each other. For no reason. Then they don't make up.
How long does it take for them to...
They're kind of settling down now a little bit.
I wish I spoke...
Food will quiet them down.
I wish I spoke bird.
Yeah.
You know what happened?
That's definitely an annoyance sound that they're making.
Yeah, no, I'm not happy. Not happy with what's going on in that place. So I think for a person who creates content on social media, the areas in which you pursue revenue, they are vast and varied, as they should be. So it's a combination. So those followers that you earn, having 1 million followers by itself, you're right, monetarily specifically would do absolutely nothing for you besides, just it looking nice on paper. Which at the end of the day, who truly who gives a rat's ass how many followers you have unless they're engaging in what either a product that you're selling. For example, lots of artists have tutorial breakdowns and videos that you can purchase on Gumroad, as well as brushes, etc., palettes, texture files. You listen. There's plenty of avenues for digital artists to hawk their wares. But yes, having a vast community that want to buy those things from you, that's big, right? So selling a product is big. Selling your time, as some artists I know do one-on-one videos and charge for that. Having a Patreon or another subscription service is important. YouTube, Twitch, all have membership things. Substack has a membership thing. Another thing is the platforms themselves. So Twitch has bits, YouTube has super chats, TikTok has their own form of gifts that are given in platform for live streamers.
Oh.
Which is cool. I actually went live once and somebody gave me a bunch of those. So, but there was I had 20 people watching me and one person was giving me a few of those things, which is the equivalent of 25 cents. But TikTok now, if you have a large enough community, you can unlock tips for your kind of I think on Twitter you could also do that. You could tip somebody for their tweets. I think you can you could tip people now for their TikTok. So if there's a particular TikTok that you make that people just happen to enjoy, I believe even certain YouTube creators, you could tip them on their videos. So oh man, this video is super helpful. I'm gonna toss them a few bucks. even more than that, YouTube has got ad revenue, which is big. Twitch's ad revenue, not so much, unless you're again one of these people who has like over 5,000 concurrent viewership, which is like the upper echelon, the top of Mount Olympus of Twitch. Ad revenue is good, not great, because that is unreliable and varied, and also depends on your niche. The entertainment ad revenue on YouTube is not. It doesn't. The YouTube ad revenue, for those who do like silly entertainment things, are not good. I think the highest is if you're doing entrepreneurship YouTube.
Right.
That
they get a higher payout, right?
I think those numbers are much better. It all depends, because YouTube has it down, because it's Google, to an exact science. Thank you, Mr. Doodle, as to what audience you are catering to. So they know male, female, age group, age range, and from that they can specifically they don't tell you this, but they more or less guesstimate what your income is like, and then therefore they sell that data to their ad buyers, who then decide to buy higher priced ads on the people who are most likely to spend more money, whatever that demographic may be. Ad revenue is good but not great, but really the real money for me, from what I've seen behind the scenes, is getting to that 100,000 plus YouTube subscribership, but interact like with high engagement, right? Not because you could have 100,000 YouTube subscribers and only get 5,000 views per video, which isn't very much. So getting that high level interactive YouTube feed, YouTube community, because then what you can do is you can start doing affiliate marketing, which is where some really big money can be. For example, Bernard, let's say you decide to become an affiliate for, I don't know, you use an iPad Pro, so that paper texture stuff. So you would either pursue paper texture, or they might pursue you, and you say, listen, I've got 200,000 active subscribers on YouTube. If I make a video that includes me selling your wares, your paper texture, you give me a 10% off discount code, I'll hawk that, and you give me a kickback on what is bought from your shop with that code. And that also might include that. So that's affiliate marketing, but that also might include sponsorship as well. So there are certain companies that do a combination of the both. So they pay you to promote their stuff. And when you go to, like, whenever you listen to a podcast and they're like, hey, make sure to check out, papertexture.com/bchang. Use bchang code off in your, in your checkout cart for 10% off your full, right? 9 out of 10 times the person who's giving you that code is one, obviously being paid by the company for the sponsorship, which could be tens of thousands of dollars for that, and they're also getting a kickback on whatever is purchased as well. Which, Bernard, for subscribered things, so things that people subscribe to, whether it's a streaming service or a VPN, VPNs have subscriptions. That's big money, because for those subscription services, you get a taste every month or year that person is subscribed. You get a continuous taste. So long as they continue their subscription, you get a kickback, which is what do they call that?
It sounds like we're selling Amway stuff.
What do they call that in entrepreneurship?
Pyramid scheme?
No.
Kickback?
No.
Royalty?
No, it's that money that you don't. It's that money where the money works. Like, you don't have to.
Right. Money's making money for you.
Right. Like, you are making money without you having to do anything. Like, nothing that you've already, like, when people are subscribing to a business and you're getting a kickback, you can make that money in your sleep. Yeah, it's kind of like damn, I forget the terminology, but yes, it's the it's one of the most ideal forms of getting paid because it doesn't require you to trade your time or to sell your wares one-to-one. It's you not lifting a finger and the checks keep coming.
Have you, especially on YouTube too, because the content just stays there and just continues to generate revenue. Have you seen or watched this thing called Leon the Lobster
No,
on YouTube?
No, what's that?
I just stumbled upon this the other day. There's this guy that I think he has this kind of a variety channel, but he was raising koi fish at one time.
Oh, nice.
He was fixing up bikes, building tanks for fish, pet fish.
Nice.
And he did a thing where he went to the supermarket and bought a lobster in the seafood section and tried to raise it, as a pet.
That's hilarious.
Now, the first video came out in October 31st of last year. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Very simple kind of premise. Simple setup. The quality's pretty good. He does it over. What is it? You don't see him in the video. He shoots it and then he does he talks over it, right, to explain what's going on.
Voiceover.
Voiceover, right? And guess how many views he had since then on that one video?
1 million.
More.
4 million.
Even more. 16 million views and counting. Yeah.
Jeez.
And he just released another video today, and he's done 6 altogether, where you track the progress of the lobster. Does it live? Does it die? What does it eat? He gets a bigger aquarium for the lobster. And apparently, thinking wow, this guy kind of struck gold at one point. And he wasn't the first one. I found that there was this Japanese guy that had done it a few years ago, and then he's since also had a couple of copycats. There's this younger kind of quote unquote influencer guy that went to the Asian supermarket and got a crab and tried to raise a crab. And but the younger influencer kid, he's like a complete d-bag. He's toying with the crab. Fucking with it, and he cried because he thought the crab died one night. Whereas this other guy definitely is very authentic, is sympathetic.
Right.
It just has a completely different feel when you're watching it. So,
wow. See, man, that's
Bradley Brentwood. Bradley Brand. Yeah.
That's awesome. But yeah, no, that guy probably made a pretty penny off that video.
Yeah. So the first one was 16 million. The second one was 6.3 million. That's 3 months ago. So, I mean, the views have decreased, but the first one was 16. So that's I don't know how much that is, but, he's probably making six figures off of that one single video.
Depends on his CPM. Actually, let me see what my CPM is. So CPM on YouTube is it's a calculation in digital marketing, and it stands for cost per melee, which is a cost per melee. I don't know, melee meaning 1,000. Kind of like a millennia, I think is 1,000 years. So cost per melee means for every 1,000 views, how much money do you make?
Right.
So let me see. What am I? Maybe let me go to monetization. Man, I haven't looked at my analytics in forever. All right, my CPM is complete shit. I'll show you. So my CPM is $4.59.
Okay.
So that means for every 1,000 views, yeah, so he could have made anywhere from, on the low end, off one video, 50 to 70 grand. But on the high end, honestly, he could have made $300,000+ off that video. It all depends on what YouTube decided to show, like what people and what ads were bought for that video, which is absolutely, it's wild.
Is that that chart available online?
Yeah, just type in
YouTube CPM.
you know, yeah.
Wow, learn something new every day.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Some people, like I said, some people on YouTube, they'll choose what category they want to go into, not because they have like some preference that they're or something that like they're really into, like you or I, and art making or comic making. Hey, Strike Boy, welcome back. They'll go in because they want to go into they want to choose the niche that's going to get them the most money should they have notoriety.
Right. Mm. Wow. In the wrong business, my friend.
Yeah, no. I had a video go uh, like micro viral, if you want to call it that. Let me see if I could find that video. Wow, one of my videos made. Wow, one of my fucking live streams made $7. How'd that happen? Somebody had it. There had to be a super chat in there. There's no way.
Yeah, my YouTube channel was like non-existent. You need to get 1,000 to begin to have the possibility of monetizing, right?
Yeah.
A
Yes. All right.
1,000 followers.
Yes. All right. Yeah. Somebody gave me $7 in a super chat. That's why my video made $7. But here, here, Bernard. I'll show you. I'll show you something shitty. Well, not shitty. One of my YouTube shorts blew up for me. My channel of, at the time, 2,000 subscribers.
Mm-hmm.
And this video I posted up on screen made a total, views-wise, 467,000 views.
Oh shit.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is, according to this, 462,000.3 more than usual. I earned 15,000, no, I'm sorry. I earned over 4,000 hours in watch time on that alone. Which, by the way, watch time hours, you need 4,000 watch time hours on YouTube in order to become a YouTube partner. So you have to have 1,000. You have to have 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 watch time hours. I earned 2.3 thousand subscribers, 4.1 thousand watch time. So in this one video, I would have achieved YouTube partnership off this one short. And I don't know if you're looking at the screen, but you can guess, how much revenue do you think I made off that?
400. So that's 400 something times $4, 450.
I made
1,600.
I made $2.61.
What?
Because it wasn't a regular YouTube video. This is where I got screwed. YouTube, it was a YouTube short. So YouTube shorts are only less than a minute long. So there's like no room for ads. This video in specific was only 35 seconds long. So there's no room for ads. And even if they did happen on the ads, the YouTube shorts, like their ad revenue is just like it's dog shit. Now, had this been like a 5-10 minute video, I would have made not a giant chunk of money, but it would have been something of note. But
you have some more harem pants, some more pairs of harem pants.
Yeah. But
so was that a Procreate like time lapse video that you uploaded?
It was one of my Procreate time lapse videos. Okay. Surprisingly enough, people actually really dug that one. What it did do though was it did affirm to me that there is a market for what I do. For like people who enjoy art and who exist well outside of my normal community can be entertained or interested or enticed by my art.
Now, have you dug further into why that one specifically got you the 400-some thousand views, as opposed to any other videos that you might have uploaded that did not achieve that? Or what's the next?
Well,
a bunch of questions. Like, what's the next highest one?
Next highest one.
How frequent?
It's funny, I never even bothered to do that breakdown. Okay, videos by, I'll organize my content by views. It's loading. Okay, this is weird. So the highest viewed video I have is that one I mentioned with almost 500,000 views, 306 comments. Now that is a very salaciously drawn woman. You could almost see some of her areola in the drawing. It's she's wearing lingerie. She's wearing lingerie. It's tasteful. She's not like spread eagle. She's just sitting on a swing. But it's pretty provocative. Actually, the same drawing earned me 15,000 views on TikTok, and it got taken down, and I was hit with a community guidelines violation after being up for 2 weeks straight. It was up for 2 weeks straight, and I guess somebody must have reported it.
Okay.
So it was a little salacious, but TikTok is very, very, very prudish, even more so than Instagram. They don't allow any, even if it's an artistic community, they don't want anything to do with it. But the next video down got 20,000 views, 23,000 views, and it is a very rudimentary character. What's the word I'm looking for? Character design. I made a very basic kind of street kid looking character design. It was kind of done in a like semi-anime style, but more animated, like flats. Like it was just like a flat colors and cell shaded look, like really bare bones animation style. That one got 23,000 views. The one below that, I did in a more manga style. A girl and her demon. That one got 10k views. The one below that, 7.9k views, and it is a girl she's wearing a dress. You can't see any boobie or anything. She is like a witch surrounded by this kind of swirling magical candle fire. Below that is a 7 point whatever k views. The ones below that were just portraits, more or less. So there isn't. So like yeah, there's a couple of salacious ones in here, but I've got more salacious ones that didn't even come close. There's one where actively, like, she's naked and I blocked her boobs out with a little censorship bar, but it's all, it's nudity.
And those are all your characters that you're just sketching up on stream, right? You're not.
It's so funny. In the top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It isn't until I hit my 7th most viewed content at 6,000 views where you see Jean Grey. But all the ones at the very top, and the overwhelming majority, I drew Full Metal Alchemist is one, the Harry Potter girl, Ghost Girl, Moaning Myrtle is one, but the rest is all, the vast majority are all creator owned. There's a Miles Morales that got 2.4k views, but that's we're talking like that's like 15 down, something like that.
Yeah, Spider-Man gets a lot of views.
Spider-Man does get a lot of views.
Yeah, Spider-Man artwork gets a lot of views.
Yeah, yeah. It's even more interesting that the most watched thing on my channel isn't manga or Spider-Man or anime.
Now, my other question, were all the majority of that 460-some thousand views occurred immediately within the first week or so of the post, or was that 100, then 200, then 300, then 400 over a period of time?
I'll show you. When I go into the analytics, it should tell me. Usually
And I'm only asking that, like, to say, like, is there a corresponding, like, what is the recipe for that, for the success?
So it was posted on. So the video was published February 8th at 9 p.m.
Okay.
And then The first day, 900 views. Second day, 2.3. Third day, 2.4K. And then the first week, 2,500 views. And then the first 2 weeks, 2,500 views. So nothing. Then the first 3 weeks, we're at 21 days. Oh, then finally it starts going up a little bit. Day 15 by about 100 views. Day 16 by about 100. Day 17 we hit 3,000. Day 18, 3,600. Then day 19, 4,000. And then after that, it starts to kind of build momentum. By the 21st day, 5,400. By day 28, by day 27, now we're at 54,000. So there's this little ramp up where for the first, you see for the first 2 weeks, 2.5K first 14 days. And then in the next week, it does more than double. And then the week after that, it's on a skyrocketing, and then it levels off. After the first 33rd day, I'm at 448,000 views, and then it levels.
Mm-hmm.
What's up, Bernard? 400K views only net you $2. Yes. Wait, what's up, Bernard? What'd you say?
So it's been kind of steady ever since that huge climb. Now, during that climb, right, that kind of meteoric rise, was there anything else that was happening in the world that could correlate with whatever the drawing was for the piece?
No, the piece is just, it's it's not like mask related. Like there's it's just a girl. It's really just a girl in a swinging in cool looking lingerie. Like it's titillating, it's semi sensual, but that's it. There's nothing. It's kind of atopical, right? There's no real topic. There's no real. There's no statement. There's nothing. There's no. What's the word I'm looking for? Like current. Current affair. Current
affairs. Yeah.
Yeah. None of that.
Now, I'm sure you've racked your brain trying to figure out what it was about it that
yeah, I think it just honestly, I think it was a little bit of luck. I think the art was good. I wouldn't say it was better, any better than any. It's not like it's like, oh my god, this is the best thing I've ever sketched. It was on par with most of my other sketches, kind of similar in quality and time spent. I know it was a sexy drawing, but not that sexy. I think the YouTube algorithm just shone on me for whatever reason. The YouTube algorithm picked me up.
Have you tried to draw the same female character again?
No, actually, because I got banned, or because I got shadow banned on Instagram, and because it was at this same time that it was actually prior to it blowing up on YouTube, because it did take about over 2.5 weeks for it to blow up. I had gotten in trouble on TikTok. I had actually kind of I went on hiatus. I took a break from all social media. I was like, you know what, I need to just calm down. I've been, posting nothing but memes and making these videos, and now I'm getting in trouble and I might lose my account. TikTok was very like, hey, this is like, this is your second violation. We don't screw around here. You keep doing this, you're off the platform. I thought, man, this is more of a headache than I care to deal with right now. So I just took some time off, which is really funny that I'm mid taking time off, which I still haven't come back from. Like I still haven't started posting again. That this video would blow up on YouTube. So no, I haven't tried to recreate that.
Is there any correlation between you being banned and the popularity of this possibility, the popularity of this particular video?
It's so wild that one platform would be like, yeah, people are liking this, and then the other platform, yeah, people are liking this, and then go from we're going to share this around to, oh my God, get this off our platform. Also, you are now in trouble for violating our guidelines.
Right. Shit.
Yeah, crazy, right? Could just
Yeah.
could show you how frustrating it is as a content creator, dealing with various platforms and their rules and their audience. But man, I will say one thing about all this. It really made me want to start making more long form YouTube content. Because like I said, my goodness, if that was just a 5-minute video instead, if that was just maybe like a video, like a slightly longer breakdown, same theme of me just talking about the kind of art that I'm doing and some of my motivation behind why I'm drawing what I'm drawing. But if I just like stretched it out somewhat, man, if it got those kind of views, that would have been dope. I mean, again, it wouldn't have been life-changing.
Well, can't
money.
you? I mean, you still have that file, right, on Procreate?
I do.
Can't you cut like a 5-minute version of the same?
You know what? I think you're actually. Yeah, that's actually. You know what's so funny? It's right there in front of me. I didn't even think of it. I didn't even think of doing a breakdown like that.
Do a longer one and then do a voiceover.
Yeah.
Because it's the same content, right? And it's already done. So.
Yeah, it is.
Dinner's on you next time, Mike.
Right. Well, yeah, no. If I have a long form video, make that kind of notoriety, that would be awesome. Something to strive toward. Okay, wait. What time is it? It's 10:30.
Yeah, I gotta go.
Yeah, it is. It's time for me to wind down. I'm gonna finish this after the fact. This little doodle of this girl sketching. Bernard.
Hey, D. Rogers is on. Huh?
Thanks for joining me, buddy. I appreciate it.
Thanks for having me on.
This is man. It's a lovely chat. You're one of the easiest guys to talk to. I swear, man.
Oh, you had me at hello.
Dude, I want to go back. I want to get more oil pizza.
Yes.
Hot oil pizza. Clam pizza.
Hot oil pizza. Yep.
Delicious.
All right. Well, good night. Thank you,
buddy. Thank you.
Chat with you again soon.
Talk to you soon, man. Have a good night.
Okay.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
See you tomorrow.